Welcome to what will likely be our last stream of 2YMM 2 Years of Mario Maker, before we eventually proceed to 3 years of Mario Maker as we continue to play more Mario Maker 1 on our weekday streams. This is level 46 out of 50, I believe. No, 47 out of 50. So it's this one and then 3 more that were released in early 2018 for some reasons I'll go into later. And all of the level codes and descriptions are available on the website that is at the link. So the first level we will be playing today is Ode to Odyssey by Bossman, who I think many people know as a longtime music maker in both Mario Maker 1 and 2, who has been a fixture of several editions of the YMM projects. He made the closing level to 1YMM, and this was, for a while, the closing level to 2YMM because Ode to Odyssey to Super Mario Odyssey was released on the 27th of October, as you can see, to coincide with the release date of Super Mario Odyssey on the Switch, which kind of completes a circle, in a way, completes a bit of a storyline in the background, because the very first day of levels of 2YMM that we showed off, one of them, of course, included a Metroid 2 tribute by Seanock that coincided with the September 2017 release of Samus Returns on 3DS. So, let's read the description and we'll get a sense of what kind of music level Bossman managed to put together and released the same day as a game that he had, up to that point, probably not played. So, the description reads, "This musical tribute is the best way to celebrate the release of Super Mario Odyssey, well, other than actually playing the game. Join Mario as he travels to New Donk City of the Metro Kingdom and buys some costumes at the Crazy Cap, then travels to Fossil Falls of the Cascade Kingdom in search of an elusive Power Moon. Chock full of Odyssey references, this level also features Cappy's Super Mario Maker debut." So let's play. And also shout out to Lantis, who has joined us here for being the one who put together the website. And then, yeah, we had pretty much Jump Up Superstar right off the bat before people had actually heard it in the game itself, although at this point Jump Up Superstar was already kind of a huge hit from the trailer that had been released. The many musical trailers, in fact, that showed it off. There was, I remember, a kind of combination CG and live-action musical number that was used in one of the Nintendo adverts. This is the Crazy Cap shop. I'm guessing the Bossman managed to put together a lot of this just from the trailers and previews in terms of seeing how the eventual game would look, because honestly this is a fairly accurate recreation. And we'll take that gold cap here and a key, which, well, I mean, this is the Odyssey. No sale on it yet, but let's just duck in to see what's inside. Oh! Okay, no, that's just a continuation. Whoops. Rather forgiving platforming, at least. Here is the Cascade Kingdom Tyrannosaur. And yeah, we passed the Cascade Kingdom Tyrannosaur and we turned into Yoshi, so that makes a whole lot of sense. Oh, it looked like we entered a portrait at the very end. The portrait that takes us to New Donk City. And here's a cake. Oh, is that it? I don't know if I missed something, but there's the level and there's the Power Moon. That was really quick. I had no idea that this was going to be that short. Or I would have just played it last time at the end of that stream. But that's going to be a clear. I want to go back in quickly just to check one thing, because this was such a fast level. I don't mind playing it twice just to go back in and check something, because I didn't really check what was to the right of the Odyssey. What it looked like something was pointing me that way. And we'll listen to the music some more. So yeah, as you can see, there are a couple of things going on here with the amiibo costumes that sort of simulate Mario taking over these enemies using Cappy, transforming into all sorts of things, transforming into the Goomba, the Green Koopa, the question mark block itself. Whoops. So, that's a kind of method for doing an Odyssey tribute that it's just no longer available without the Mystery Mushroom costumes. Yeah, taking over the vehicle. Taking over the Koopa. And the block. And Loopin' Snoop coming in with a party of 2. Loopin' Snoop, I saw that you were running some puzzles. Hope you're doing alright. So yeah, once again, as you can see, all of the costumes that are available here are pretty much Mario variations. Quite a vast selection to work with. Gold Mario, let's go Maker Mario this time. And okay, so we actually did get everything. I think I just saw this sign and thought that maybe there was something I hadn't checked, although if I had thought about the scrolling logic in the original game, I would have been able to tell that this is all there is to it. So, Loopin' Snoop and Mang, welcome. Hope everything has been going on smoothly as we make our way back to the Cascade Kingdom here. Taking over the trampoline. We've already cleared this once. I was just sweeping through it again since it was a fairly simple level. Just to see if there was anything that we might have potentially missed. Whoops. Yeah, I was going to enter the pipe there, and then it took too long to look at the portrait. So I one-shot this level initially, and now I'm just lowering the clear rate once again. Whoops. Okay, let's take over the trampoline. Whoops. Anyway, let me take a moment here to give a shout-out to Loopin' Snoop. And let's go Frog Mario this time. Just to have a slightly different experience. So yeah, I don't think there is any secret path in here then. I think it was just the take at the end. Unless there were any hidden costumes that I might have missed, we'll grab the Tyrannosaur and just turn into a significantly smaller Yoshi. And I believe that was it. We entered the Metro Kingdom. Go up the tower. And you've got a cake here and a flag, and that's pretty much it, except let's check up here. Yeah. I guess that was it. So, Power Moon, and we are out of here. So, didn't really see anything new on this additional pass. So at this point, from the release of Odyssey, 2YMM took a bit of a hiatus for several months before the release of the final set of 3 levels, which we're going to see in just a moment. The first one is going to be Cape DM, as in Carpe Diem, Spin Today by Bra. It's a broad level. I'm sure it's just going to be over in 20 seconds. Although this was back in Maker 1, so who knows what we will be in for. Uh-oh. Let's see if I made a typo. Yeah, I did make a typo. Let me just punch this in once again. Like I'm saying, we've actually only encountered one problem with a course, that was outright deleted. But everything else that we have pulled up here in Maker 1 has remained intact. So yeah, this is another one with a fairly high clear rate. Cape DM, or Cape DM, I guess. Spin the day. I guess it will be probably just a cape spin level in some fashion. And notice how Bruh here changed his handle in Maker 1 to SMM2 Bruh. But Bruh, of course, in Maker 2 was kind of renowned for not only tons and tons of 20-second speedruns, but sort of overtly trying to collect all the gold medals and gaming all the formulas he could to make that happen. We did see a level by him in 1YMM, I think, that was not in that style, and so kind of looking forward to seeing what else he has in store here in Maker 1. And a description says, a level based around spin jumping with the cape. Just get running and press ZR to spin your way through many ups and downs this course has to offer. I don't know that I actually use ZR in this game with the Wii U gamepad. I think I habitually just use R, but whatever works. I don't know, I don't think too hard about muscle memory after a little while when it comes to... Actually, I am overthinking it now because I was trying to think about what feels most natural to me. Yeah, I just used the R button. There's a key up here. And then we will loop around and head inside. Notice that there are quite a few pink coins to collect. Whoops. Let's charge up to dash. And the P-speed. Now... I guess that would just allow me to continue here. It seemed like there was a branch to the right side down below that I just didn't bother to check. Oh, I see, because there's a pink coin on this side, so we'll grab that first. And this is reversible in either direction, so let's just check that. This looks risky enough that... Whoops. Never mind, let's go back and grab the cape. It looks like that should be some kind of bonus segment over there, but who knows if we need to activate this somehow. Oh, I probably need to drop something onto the track. Like a skull raft or something. So let's go back and think about doing that. Oh, just a platform, in fact. It's much better. And up we go. Nice way to wrap your way in there. So, as I've heard it told, the reason that this level was one of the 3 that was delayed into 2018 was because Bruh was temporarily banned from Miiverse. And the account ban precluded any uploads for a certain amount of time, since everything used to be on the same online system, rotating around the... or rather, revolving around the Nintendo Network ID. We're kind of spending too much time going back and forth there. Let's do this. And man, exactly, that's what happens. Let me think about this for a moment. Am I doing something wrong? No, I just need to... Hang on. I just need to straighten this out, I think. But it does seem like I'm falling a little bit short, so... Or I can just fly up. No, I can't. You do need to spin to continue punching through that. Hang on. We'll actually figure out how to steer. Yeah, I'm trying to tighten this up because I am not really able to cast up one block up top. I think I need to build up slightly more speed here. Let's do this. Not quite. Yeah, if I try to take off right at the very end, perhaps... That is curious. I'm just wondering what other adjustments I can do to make it through more quickly. Maybe if I just make sure I punch through one block. I am just losing too much time, but it shouldn't affect the maximum height that I approach, right? Like, there is something that I'm kind of missing here. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you see how I can whip a cape on my way up? Well, if I'm not able to make it past this point... There is something I'm not doing correctly, because no matter how I go back and forth there, I think the maximum height is going to be pretty much the same, right? Like, I am just going to be falling a little bit short. Or if I let go of the spin, no, I just go down. Then that's not going to function either. The arrows are telling me something about going to the right, perhaps. Okay, I am failing to decipher something about this. Ah, there we go. Just needed to be slightly more precise then. Grab that. And then notice the return path down there. Doesn't look like I really have that much room to run here, though. Like, you would go up here and then continue a spin off the platform. Nope. Like, you would need to start running right from a certain position here. There we go. Whoops. Fairly easygoing reset in that location. I do want to get it to a checkpoint so I don't have to deal with this bit here. I should have maintained speed. Not a good idea to cut momentum there. Yeah, if you just hold right from landing on a platform, the synchronization works pretty well. And then you go up here, and then just continue, and make a bit of a mistake after that, so... Not quite. Yeah, really have to jump off the edge. With substantially better timing than what I've been showing off. There we go. Let go here? No. I knew I had to let go a bit sooner, but still didn't quite catch the timing I was going for. Yeah, you have to kind of let go at the ice. So that's going to be checkpoint 1 with 3 coins, which I think is everything I'm able to get so far. Yes, we need to grab this, obviously. And then we continue. Yeah, a good sense of verticality for a game that didn't have vertical zones, just using the 2-screen height and getting a ton of use out of the available space. Okay, that's interesting. That's going to be blocked off, so... Alright, that's fine. Yeah, it looks like this was just part of the mechanism, this whole thing on the right side here. We do need to make a little bit of a jump, I think. But then that would just make me fly. Hang on. What if I just proceeded here? We'll need to redo this anyway, so... Okay, that's going to break the ice. Once we break both ice blocks, then we can launch the shell. I'm going to time out here, but at least we are going to get a sense of what we're dealing with, because the destruction of the ice block will remain persistent. And then once both of those are down, the next time we come here, we will launch the shell by hitting the block on the left. And I don't remember... Oh, yeah, okay. This is where we came in from earlier. Helmet first. And let's move on up. And yeah, I can see now that that is just the return path. Like, above here, there's no point in flying higher. But we'll try to get the coin 4 before we continue, since I do know where it is at this point. Whoops. So let's go here. Grab that. Very nice of that vine to be available for me. And then we'll loop around here twice to destroy all the ice. I do like how it's timed that the bomb interaction can happen immediately if you just spawn into this room. That blows up the shell and the block. That block almost certainly has a vine in it to prevent that issue, I'm sure. Otherwise things would be really quite broken. But yeah, if you go right away, you just overlap with the bomb. And then you can just launch. And then, I don't know if you can do anything additional with this shell. No, it's just going to be above the one-way panel. Anything else to know about? Not likely, but I guess this is just an aesthetic thing here. Oh, or part of the destruction mechanism. Okay, yeah. Anyway, not really at risk of missing any coins so far as I can tell. This does not budge any further. I guess we'll eventually be knocking that out somehow. Nope, that's not the way to do it. I want to get enough of a run to spin off of that, but I guess it would have to be as it's descending. Now I hope I haven't missed anything at this point. It looks like I do need to take damage here to swap helmets. We can spin towards that so we can whack that on the side. Also, let me just make sure... This was where we dropped in, but let me just make sure there's nothing else I didn't see visually. That's going to blow that gate. Anything else we can destroy here? Not that I can see so far. So we'll just push up through here. Grab this one, of course. 5 coins so far. 6. And probably 1 plus a safety remaining. nothing else to see here, I don't think. It does allow me to scout ahead to see what's coming. That's just some kind of mechanism for dropping the Muncher, though. Which is going to eventually drop in that bomb and blow up the ice. So this is just going to be one big power-up reset. And then we'll go this way. Okay, so now we're aware of that. We will come up here. There is more ice over here that we'll have to break somehow in order to get Checkpoint and Spiny Head, so that's going to come a little bit later. Let's drop the Muncher first. Oh, very nice. That's a neat little interaction there. And hitting that note block from the side. That's a yay. That's a helmet. Yeah, checkpoint followed by re-obtaining the helmet if you die after that. Whoops. Whoops. Let's go back down one level. Checkpoint and power-ups, followed by, what, 2IM, but let's see if we can figure out that additional coin. So we just need to hit the target. And, nope, we can't hesitate like that. We do need to make it over. If we miss, we just miss, and we have to loop around and try it from the other side. Nope, that's gonna hop rather inconveniently. I like how that unstacks using the spike top. It does make this difficult to hit going in this direction. We'll have to come this way. And then it's a moving target following several different patterns in a stack, which is pretty neat. But yeah, have to really commit to each hit. Let's just wait until it's in the same direction of travel if we can, but have to manage that wind-up time going into this as well, so there we go. Now that's going to be a fairly big target, I hope. That Dry Bones that's going to approach me like this. It's a bit of a long pattern here, though. Let's see. We'll wait for it to come down. It's going to be a bit slow. Okay, no, we got it. Yeah, I certainly appreciate the variety here. Just a totally different movement pattern and timing challenge with each one. If it turns out I missed a coin, I probably will take the time to do the hunt, even though that would mean having to go over the rather tight vertical climb that we saw earlier that I was having so much trouble with. That was a slip-up. Well, that was unfortunate. There we go. Nope. We will have to loop around this way. Yeah, the spike tops flying off to one wall or the other will get the starting locations of each part of the stack in a consistent places. You can see with the piranha plant kind of tucked into the bottom right there again. That's just naturally going to happen given the spike top behavior as it flies off. and unstacks. Okay, there we are. Nope, that's a miss. Would like to follow the same direction of travel with these guys, but easier said than done, perhaps. Let's wait for the dry bones to come down. Then we'll hopefully get that in time. Excellent. And the Wiggler is where I started to have some trouble. Nope. Not quite the timing I wanted. There we go. And then an Angry Wiggler. It's going to be a much more difficult target to hit, so... There we go. So let's keep an eye out for an additional coin, because it seems like we're approaching the ending pretty quickly. I would hate to have missed something. Okay, so here's a heart. Let's not hit the POW just yet. I want to see what's up here. Okay. Looks like there is going to be a gate up there. Why don't we hit this? Oh, that just drops hearts from the star. Safety coin. So we did miss something. I will have to go back and get it. Not that I've been an absolute completionist about this. We have missed the coins in a couple of earlier levels in this edition of the project, but this one feels like it's within reach, that I just missed something probably fairly obvious or fairly accessible. So we'll go back for another pass. We'll take our time with it since we can. Let's play it again. And get stuck for a while with the same column again. Look at this bit here at the very start. I wonder if I had remembered to take that. I think I had taken that, though, previously. Yeah, I just want to go like this, and then... No. Yeah, what I'm trying to do here is obtain the first coin in this location. There we go. That seemed somewhat familiar. Because at checkpoint 1 earlier we had 3 coins. And I think that had accounted for everything up to that point, but it's hard to tell, so... there's the coin here to the left. I do remember getting that much earlier. And then we'll go to the top right and drop the platform. Once again. Okay. Then down we go. Don't think I've missed anything yet. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. Here's the hard part. Nope. We can reset through this now. Reset door is going to give me that platform again, so I'm not too concerned. Now, it might have been in this segment here that I missed something, but we are not at checkpoint 1 yet, so... Let's go back and try it. Nope, just kind of slipped off the button for a moment. Okay. That's okay, it just means we can check the lower level. Ooh, I don't know. Kind of have the sense we missed something, but... Just a couple of one-way panels on that side. Well, we'll see. It is possible for me to potentially go back. Maybe. No, that will just dump me into pit. Hang on, let's try it again. Yeah, nothing to see here, I don't think. Although, maybe we take off in the second location here. I don't think there was anything up top, though. Hang on. We'll check, just to be absolutely diligent about it. Not enough distance at all. But it's worth trying. It's something that I hadn't really looked at. I really feel like I should have been building up enough speed here, so let's just poke around with it some more. Okay. Yeah, there is a coin up there. And I think I must have failed to get it earlier, so let's see if it is doable from this location. It might not be. In which case I'd have to start over. Because we'll see if it's obtainable from checkpoint. I kind of have my doubts. Just given that running distance here, I had to take me all the way off the edge. There totally is a coin up there, though, that I had missed. But if this is not enough distance to build up speed, then that's going to be not very useful. Let's start over. Yeah, better to try that from the start. That was definitely a coin, though, and that would account for the one I missed. And hopefully we can follow the coin trail in a vertical ascent as smoothly as I did last time. Nope. And we'll grab the one on the left over here. So yeah, should be at 4 coins at checkpoint 1. And so we'll just try it again. Nope. I mean, last time when I followed the coin trail accurately, I didn't have any issues getting up there, but do have to be pretty accurate. There we go. Grab the reset here once again. And let's keep an eye out for coin 4 and how I'm going to pick that up. There we go, coin 4. I think I had obtained that previously, and it was actually maybe the first coin that I was missing. But this should be all coins accounted for once we finish this section and head towards the boss. So it was one of the ones earlier that I had just skipped over. Anyway, that's going to knock everything out. Let's remember this coin over here. And then do the whole bomb sequence. Very nice of that blaster to shower me with a few coins. Punch this up. Yeah, if you go left side first, then you don't get into the issue of having to do an additional reset for the question block that launches the shell. Because this is totally going to destroy the block. And we'll have to reset one more time. and go up the right side. Okay, nice mechanism over there. So at 5 coins so far, that seems to be on pace. We'll catch this on the way down. And there were 2 coins that came together in quick succession shortly after this, I think, so... let's just pop some of this stuff. Come down here and charge it up. Yeah, because there were 2 coins that were pretty close together in this section. And everything is accounted for, so let's get up the boss one more time. Okay, it's going to be through this side first. Then we'll continue this way and knock that out from the side. Very satisfying interaction that we only see this once in the course of playing the level. Drop that guy out, and then we proceed to the exit. There we are. Yeah, I like how the first hit is practically guaranteed. So it's very easy to immediately understand what's going on with this fight. Notice that this time, because of the direction of travel, the piranha plant ended up on the left. Just because of the way the spike tops were traveling. Which way they were facing. Oops. That's one change I didn't expect, but looks like we have a different alternation on the spike tops this time. Yeah, because it's the direction of travel when the stack underneath is released, so... Okay, that's going to be a miss. Let's just wait for the next cycle. And then it's Wiggler time. Okay. We got this in one shot last time, but can't really rely on that. Nope. Just have to gradually refine our timing. As long as you don't hesitate going from one direction to the other, though, it's a fairly safe fight. As long as you don't spill into the lava either as you were taking off. There we go. Not quite as efficiently done as the last time, but we'll take it. Bump our head all the way up this column. Release the stars. And into the hut we go. Okay, so everything's going to blow up here. And we will release our way into this cave. Make a wish! And then that will eventually take you upstairs. Let's not go yet. I want to see more of the cake. Let's poke around a little bit. It's surprisingly readable, this track layout. wonder what this muncher is doing up here. To my amendment, and we're back. And of course we'll spin. Here we are. I wonder what happens. I guess everything would just remain blown up if you come back. Yeah, actually, no, everything is a vine block, so you can just see the same animation twice. And you also can't spin through the block below you when you spawn in. Whoops. So we'll just come back to the disco party one more time. Now that we've activated everything. And get out of here with 28 seconds remaining. The next level is going to be Volley Valkyrie by Kratofi. That's also going to be from this set that is from February 2018, so we're almost at the 4th anniversary of these levels, but not quite. Just one moment while I dig out the code. And thank you for all the GGs, as always. Okay, Volley Valkyrie. As you can see from that title image there with the 2 Goombas playing volleyball with a P-switch. The description reads, "The Valkyrie watches over the battlefield, choosing who lives and who dies. When she finds some trouble of her own, she must bump, set, and serve her way to the staging ground of the most terrible battle of all, volleyball." So as far as I know, the pitch for this was that Kalvik and Kratofi had discussed using the least used costume in Mario Maker. I can probably just stop this guy without much penalty. He's just a teammate. And we do not want to accidentally hit the P-switch, we want to reset. We want to escort the P-switch and serve. Serve the P-ball. Now the P is going to wind up on the track every now and then. We need to figure out where we are taking that though. Because I guess we eventually... Oh, that's interesting. That we... If we dropped it, it was landing on a track that allowed me to... basically have it circle around back to the Goomba who would serve it back to me. Like, watch this. You bump this. You have to bump it when it's off track, of course. And I am supposed to take it to the right, but we're going to not follow instructions and watch what happens. How did that come up then? Oh no, because we just respawned it, didn't we? Come back over this way and then respawn, yeah. So yeah, if we dispense with it, we can just come back and will give me another one. And I can try to serve it to the right. I think the idea is that we drop it on a track and it raises the POW. It lands on a lower track, We bump it to the right. It raises the POW, which raises the blaster. Oh, whoops. Wiggler's not happy about that one. Oops. Yeah, so it's telling you where to go with this. It wants you to go right and then up. That's going to relocate that to the other track, and then where does that go? Well, that allows you to bounce on a Wiggler to work your way up, using it as a platform once it comes down. Because that's just how volleyball works. And then we're going to serve it in the other direction, and not drop down below if I can help it. Head bump it all the way over. Oh, that's interesting. So there's one P-switch with wings and one without. That's totally going to dunk me down below. Also notice for coins, we hadn't paid much attention to the coin collection at all at this point. Oh, that's going to be a mistake. Yeah. It's true that I think I don't really remember seeing a level designed around this costume before, which was pretty much the entire idea here. To take something extremely underused. Anyways, yeah, we're supposed to bump the Wiggler and ride it over, probably. So it was necessary to reset that once the Wiggler was gone, since we had taken it out much earlier. Here's the title image. Down here at the other court. Oops. Now, can I have the volleyball costume? Yes, I can. Now, this location is interesting. I don't know if there's something I'll drop down here, but perhaps. Yeah, I don't know what this here is all about. We'll have to find out. Okay, that's fine. No issues there. I do wonder about the left side here, though, whether we could have made our way up to a coin or something else. Didn't see a good way of making that happen, though. Also, a bullet to jump on, that's rather important. But it looks like we'll drop that out, and notice the coin that's on the right side. I guess that's going to be just upon an activation of a P-switch, and then we would just make our way over like this. And then hopefully back to this. Yeah, despite how tall this costume looks, I mean, it is a mystery mushroom, so you are functionally still one tile high. So we have 2 coins so far at checkpoints. It's telling me to go down. We should probably follow that suggestion at some point. Okay, so here it's kind of do or die. You don't really have the opportunity to miss because you drop it to the munchers. Actually, even the tiles below the munchers drop, so you just die if the P-switch gets crushed. So you just need to bump this over. And then up the Wiggler. Oops. Or just jump on a Wiggler, actually, that might be much more clever, given that there's no point in dropping off it the Wiggler any further. However, notice that if you did press the P-switch... no, you don't really get to go that far, so... never mind that. So you have the opportunity to do a P-bump here. That will not do much. Let's reset. I think the idea is to volley it all the way upstairs. If we can manage it. There are some tracks in between that allow you to gradually work your way up. Yeah, lots of diagonal tracks that are hidden away. Okay, 70 seconds to see what's going on past this door. We just need to follow this up carefully. Whoops. That's okay, we more or less understand that now. Let's catch that and try to move on. Let's get out of there. Notice that the P-switch, just by falling off, was activated somewhere. Okay, let's continue. And we'll jump up. Whoops. Okay, same idea as before. This time it's not so deadly. Yeah, I think the diagonal tracks off the side are probably stacked as closely as possible, just to... Oh, there we go. That was fairly simple. Like, probably filling in on every possible row just to get everything to behave. Okay, do need to not mess around with those too much. And now we're here at another court where we will need to not drop the P-switch. Yeah, I see what's happening there. It is hitting the bottom of the blaster in the middle of that stack. And so that's going to be out of bounds. We do need to keep the P-switch roughly centered. I don't know if this is a timing check or something. It might be. We do need to swat the ball over to the right, quite obviously. And then if it lands on the right, it does not activate. Whoa, lots of stuff flying over. And then the P-switch that hit the net, notice how if it hits the net, what happens is it goes down the track and then heads towards the puncher on the bottom left. That activates it, so you want to put it through the ice. That's just the open air that you're not allowed to pass yourself. But you cannot have it land out of bounds or on the net in the middle otherwise. Interestingly enough, that previous P didn't activate, but I wonder if it was just a matter of time. Okay, let's play this again. And if it turns out we've missed the pink coins, we'll have to come back anyway, so... Whoa, that was rather dangerous. And now we need to... Whoop, that hit the net. That hit the net as well. That's going to be death. So you do need to juggle a couple of these at once. Okay, let's try to dunk those. nope, that P-switch is going way off. And it hit the net in the middle. Yeah, I actually could have salvaged that one. I didn't know that it was going to get that sort of bounce, though, so... Let's try it again. Nope, that's a miss. Although for a while, having taken damage, I could ride the spike top up slightly. I don't think that would have gone nearly high enough for me to cheese anything, though, by going over to the right side of the gate, perhaps. That looked rather dangerous. Oh, nope, that's a miss. Back to the net we go. That is quite a lot of juggling. And I kind of have the feeling that we missed coins already, and so I have to come back. Yeah, so if I hit the P over to the top left, there's a track that spits it out again, and I would need to intercept the P, or it drops towards the net in the middle. Oops. Nope. I believe the costume and the music and everything are based on the volleyball game for the NES. Which is not one of the ones I know. I used to play quite a lot of the original baseball and ice hockey and, of course, golf. NES golf still being something that recurs in a lot of other golf games in terms of having the courses show up in various iterations of Mario Golf or Wii Golf or Wii Sports Golf. Probably in Switch Sports Golf as well, once that is released later in the year. I completely forgot that there was the Switch Sports demo weekend. This weekend, in fact. Now that I think about it, because volleyball has been added, as far as I recall. I should see if it's still possible for me to get into the network test. I just completely had that slip my mind. That's a lot of stuff to juggle, wow. Okay. I mean, I'm not totally clear on the objective, but I think if I land the P accurately on the other track, I can sort of unstack the Goombas. Maybe. I had a sense that this was mostly timed survival, though. And you're facing off alone against this whole Goomba team that starts chucking spike tops at you as well. It seems like something is eventually going to release the left side to allow me to exit out the left side pipe. It's not going to be a P-switch activation though, so I'm wondering how mechanically that's going to work. Probably with objects just being displaced a certain way if you manage to dunk the P-switches on the right side. I mean, it is volleyball after all. I think I just need to make the P's overshoot the Goombas on the other team if I can. Oh, well, that was troublesome. And that is a problem. Because that's just going to hit the net immediately. Yeah, currently I can't really see how the exit mechanism is going to work, although the pipe on the left side certainly looks suspicious. Let's try it again. Could be stuck here a while. Whoops. Nope. Nope. Not even close. Nope. Awful deflection. That's just going to be death instantly. Alright, let's do this again. No. Surprisingly tricky. Particularly because I'm not exactly sure what I should aim for. Meng, you're saying I'm not very good at volleyball. Yeah, we've noticed that. We don't even need Wii Sports to tell me that. Anyway, just gonna raise that if we can. So that sent a P-switch onto a bottom track going to the right side. I think that's what we need to do, is we need to just dunk a number of P-switches over there before things get out of control. Having it land on a track pointing the other way is actually a bad idea because the track is going to spit the P back at me, which is how we've been sort of overwhelmed with too many P-switches to deal with. Because I need to basically dunk each of the P-switches on the right side pretty quickly. And yeah, I got that money. That's really the whole premise of this level, just to use a mystery mushroom that was almost never seen. Yeah, as you can see, we had that land on the track on the right side, and now it's a disaster. We really do need to aim this in such a way that it's going to miss the track on the right side. Excellent, that's how to do it. Whoops. That's also how to do it. Nope, that can't possibly be fair. You pretty much have to dispatch each of those E's immediately, otherwise you just get overwhelmed. You have to get them out of the way before the next one drops. Oh. Just getting smacked in the face repeatedly. Okay, let's do this. And then do this. Oh, that was close. Yeah, actually just staying nice and low there instead of jumping up seems to get things on target. Oh, that hit the net. I am dead. Really no time at all to bounce anything back and forth. You have to be very quick. Dodge that. It's starting to feel at least somewhat regular as a pattern. Whoops. No, you really do have to juggle one and keep it up in the air. Because those two at the end, number 4 and 5, just come so close together that you have to give yourself additional airtime with one of them, or things all go hideously wrong. Like they do here, so. But I think I can consistently at least get to number 4. Anyway, let's move on here. And yes, Gavik, this is that level. I've not been very successful so far. And I might have to do this again if I've missed some coins already. Anyway, that hits net. Let's crash against it some more. I found that I have a pretty consistent method to do the first 3 without jumping, but I have to jump for number 4 and 5 because otherwise it just goes much too low. I was dying quite a bit to jumping towards it earlier because I was missing and also having some trouble with popping the peas back onto the track on the right side, which would overwhelm me a bit, but... Oh, whoops, no. As you can see, not very good at standing on the left. That's really been the main obstacle here. Okay, here we go. But yeah, I think I can get a fairly consistent pattern with the first 3 if I bump them more accurately than I've been doing here. I mean, that would be the reason to jump, just to avoid that issue with the net. If you're going to be standing too far to the left. No, I should have jumped that one for sure. Yeah, Meng, that's what I was saying earlier about the, whoops, Switch Sports Network test that I regret forgetting about it. And anyway, up here. So yeah, this was the method I was going for the first 3, but then 4 and 5 I have to jump. Otherwise, no, otherwise I can't catch them both. And I still haven't developed a good method for that yet. That's not how you play volleyball. Try walling like in real volleyball. I know very little about real volleyball, that's the thing, so... From a tactical perspective, whoops. Anyway, that's a bad idea, but that's okay, it's survivable. Nope, that's not going over the net anyway, so that was a bit of a problem. Jumping at the net, yeah, we should actually try that. The issue, though, is that if it gets back onto track, well, I mean, it kills the Goomba at least, but popping it back onto the track onto the right was a big issue for me earlier. But definitely for number 4 and 5, I need to spread them out somehow. In real volleyball, there's hurl piece, which is at you. Well, what about the part where they start jumping over the net and also hurling spike tops at you? That feels like it's extreme volleyball. Beach volleyball. Whoops. Tub and Chub 2YMM is almost complete. This is the second last level. The penultimate creation. And then there's one by Composer after this. And Tub and Chub, I know you told me that you had some puzzles in Maker 1. I'm planning, if I can finish these levels quickly today, I may have some time left over to do a bit of a casual queue. I won't be running a bot or anything, given that Warped World for Maker 1 was originally designed around the bookmark site, and I just don't have anything set up for that anyway, but we'll see who's in chat when I'm finished with this, and also how much time I have, and I may be able to do some extra stuff, just to see more Maker 1, since it is so rarely played on Twitch these days, at least my... Whoops, oh no, have to remember to do this. Number 4 and 5. And yeah, pretty much nobody is actually showing off good levels in Maker 1 anymore. There are a few Maker 1 streamers from time to time, but nobody really showing off what the game was capable of. And so yeah, just a bit of advanced notice for any of you in chat who want to dig up some old codes. We'll see what we have time for. Nope. Yeah, I'm guessing this was pretty well de-cheesed in terms of going over to the right side. I mean, if you don't manage to intercept any of the P-switches, everything's just going to drop anyway, so... whoops. Except the bricks on the right side, as you can see, are not vulnerable to the P-switch. So, if there were some way to bounce things and P-jump on things such that you could make it over to the right, that seems like it would be rather thoroughly checked and testing, though. Because you'd have to do a couple of things really specifically to make anything like that happen. Whoa. Yeah, the first hit there was bad anyway. I think I actually do want to hit those upwards towards the left, because then you can at least get them to go up the diagonal tracks on the left side and then bounce back. But I really do need to spread out that timing as well as I can. Whoops. Then let's do this. I was about to try to set myself up to hit P number 4 at the wall. That was not working. Yeah, Document, I just have this level and Composer's level left, and so if it's fairly early in the stream, I will probably take some Maker 1 viewer levels. I will not be running the bot. I'll just be kind of seeing who's here in chat and manually keeping things fair. But oh, whoops. Overshooting that once again. But yeah, the plan in the long run is that I'm not just going to be doing the YMM levels. I also want to be doing some of the more notorious puzzles in the first game, and maybe showing off some old favorites of mine as well, since I never had the opportunity to play the first game with the capture card. And so it would be fun to record some old favorites, as well as some new content by people who I didn't know back in Maker 1, which is many of you. Whoops. No, that was a fiasco. That depends entirely on my success with volleyball now. And this is difficult enough that I might not go for cake in this one if we have already missed too many coins. Because it's one of those where I actually don't trust myself to do this part reliably. Oh hey, this worked. Although now that that worked well, I'm actually tempted to walk back that statement. So yeah, we did miss a coin somewhere. I don't think it was in... There was another P-switch that was on the left in the previous room, but I think that was just a different check. You know, I'm going to go back over this quickly just to see if we can see where that missing coin was. I'm not going to put too many attempts on it if we get stuck in volleyball again, but we have time today, so I may as well. just dip back in here. Especially because the kind of problem-solving element of it has been taken care of already. And yeah, Tub and Chub, you know, given that the hitbox is still the same for all of these, it can be pretty deceptive to have these tall costumes, as we've been seeing here. I actually wonder if there was something that we could have done here with... No, maybe not. So I don't know where I was missing that coin. And we'll work our way up. Don't know if it would have been maybe on the left side here or anywhere else. But we'll just do a quick hunt for it. And see... Oh yeah, the first one was down here. And we'll reset through this. Serve. Nope. That's okay. That opens up this thing here, which... Ah, okay, no, I just missed this completely. Because I forgot to notice that the coin passage there was something dependent on P-switch. Okay, that's all there was to it. That's the only thing we were missing then. So let's see if we can clear this again quickly, and if we get way too stuck on volleyball, then maybe not, but now I feel like we should do it. If I can remember where the next coin was. Nothing up here. Let's just head back down after we fight with the Maker 1 camera for just a little bit. Okay. Now let's see here. Yeah, so that's the flag, then this is the next coin, so... I did want to hit that P-switch by nudging it out of the way somehow, so let's do that. Probably jumping... It needs to be off track to do that though, so... We follow it up until it's off track. Then we go like this. Once it has hit the munchers on top. But yeah, really deceptive, this costume height here. That whole time we're playing volleyball, we're doing it with my head in the bricks. Anyway, here's this segment. Not too much trouble with this. Like I was saying, not too much trouble. And everything but the safety coin is accounted for, so I'm not too concerned at this point. And that should... Oh no, it's not quite on track for the POW. That will do it. Now I need to survive this bit here without getting whacked. Then Mario will be quickly negated by the amiibo costume on the other side. Let's try to do this again quickly. No, this attempt is going to be a mess. I do have a method though. You stay on the ground for the first three, you hug the wall, Hug the Net rather, for the P4 and 5. Yeah, because if you try to hug the net for number 2, you run into issues with everything else flying in your direction. So now let's get prepared for the next P and the next P. Okay, this one we just need to save. And I failed at it. Hit the net. Pretty close though. We've had plenty of time to learn this at this stage. Okay, there we go. Oh. And that was a disaster. We'll take to death. Okay, let's bump that over. Just need to be somewhat consistent about it. Okay, let's jump towards the net for this one, and for this one. There we go. See, that couldn't possibly be that hard. Whoops. There we go. And then we grab this, and let's see what's behind the door. Cake. More costumes? No, just one-ups. And nothing to bump off of the side of the cake, unfortunately. 2YMM. I'm guessing I should not try to fall down that side. Let's just go back. And victory is ours. So it's just one left, and for those of you who have come in late, all of the codes and descriptions have been on the page that I just linked. Shaved our clear time by about 17 minutes. Now let's go to the last one in the set, which is going to be the Once and Future Mario by Composer. This level almost made you and Composer lose friendship. Well, you'll have to tell me the backstory to that at some point, but it was, of course, one of the 3 levels that was delayed. This was actually uploaded a little before the one that was technically earlier in the series, I think, because I think it was an upload date of like the 27th for the Bra level that we saw earlier. But anyway, all of these were kind of released in late February of that year. Initially, it was a Kaizo Nightmare. Yeah, the thing about Composer is that I did play several of his levels in the first game. I knew who he was. I didn't clear very many of them. And I was a much worse player back then, too, and I still have some trouble with his style of fast auto-scroll to this day, so... This one, though, clear rate of about 2%. We'll see how we do with the Once and Future Mario. The description reads, The Once and Future Mario is a heartfelt finale to the 2YMM project, featuring the music from the end credits of Super Mario World. Enjoy this memorable melody lovingly recreated here, as you travel through Dinosaur Land one last time, with your best friend and or tool to be used, punched, and then disposed of, Yoshi. Bra's level was deleted and re-uploaded. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. You see, after a couple of years, people just don't notice that stuff so long as the level came back up. So yeah, Kavik, as I was saying, in the course of playing 1 and 2YM, I've actually only encountered one deletion so far. And the deletion was Hydro Headbutt by Tub11, because it seems like Tub11's entire profile was nuked. And so that's the only one who's been accounted for. Everything else is still here. Let's play. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Tub11, but I did try to go to that profile with any of the codes I could find, and it was a no-go. I'm a little behind pace already. Shouldn't have stopped early on. Whoops. Yeah, stalling at all tends to kill me in these levels. That's the thing I have to remember. Really do have to keep running momentum the whole time. Don't know why I keep thinking I should take a shell. That's obviously not what to do. Okay. Nice stack there. I should have kept that for some fire. And that's going to be a mess. Yeah, was obviously supposed to keep Yoshi there and devour the POW. Probably devour the other piranha for fire earlier on. Okay, down here. No, I should have swallowed this first, obviously. That was easy to read. We shouldn't have made that sort of mistake. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, slide, as we've been doing. There is one pink coin. That's something we should keep in mind if we're hunting for the cake route. Yeah, we did miss a few 2YM cakes. But so far, today we've been doing alright. Can't see the coin just yet, though. Anyway, the track continues. Whoops. Just didn't get the high bounce there. With very good reaction timing. Okay, there we go. And then that's maybe a little imprecise on my part. It took me a moment to process what hit me there. But anyway, let's move on. Yeah, I just ran into the piranha plant too early. But I noticed a timed Yoshi egg burst. One moment, let's play this and I'll see if I can visualize what it is you're talking about. In the original song, yeah, I know what you mean. That was a neat little touch. I should pay attention to the level and not think too hard about that. Yeah, no, in the original end credit sequence, I know what you're talking about. That you have Yoshi hatch, and then the tempo picks up. here we go. And then taking damage there is no big deal. Don't know why I had a temptation to pick up one of those shells. That was not actually a good idea. I'm going to slip in there at the last available moment, and that's going to be checkpoint 1. Still no sign of the coin yet, as far as I can tell. That's going to be a disaster. Let's see what's ahead anyway, though. And we'll just get a replacement Yoshi as soon as we slide accurately under that one location. Whoops. Well, that's one way to do it. Not a very good way to do it, though. And we'll salvage that just barely. Key coin at that point. Okay, so we've already missed a key. Because it seems like you need to get the donut drop there, having already done that, so... unless there's some reason to go back there later. But I doubt that would be the case. So, oh no, there's a key coin. No, I missed it. Yeah, because you're supposed to get the key coin over here at this stage. And it looks like it's required, in fact. So, I just needed to do that accurately. I just missed. Okay, looked like I was falling behind here, but that was actually not too big a problem. Okay. That's one way to do it. Anyway, let's gain some speed here and try to get ahead on the auto-scroll as quickly as we can. Got the key. Then we'll hold up into this and proceed into the next zone. So this is all auto-scroll. I don't think there really is much of an opportunity to do much else with this. Oh, here's Bowser. I probably should reclaim Yoshi for some reason. You know what? Let's kill him. There's no reason not to. Oh, except for hammers raining down on me. And losing Yoshi. Okay, that's a problem. Let's check this first, because I kind of suspect that I need to grab fire at the end and shoot it at the bomb to unlock the right side. So we are going to do this again. I was wondering if it would be something like an extra key off of Bowser. As you can see, there is a second key door that drops into the goal. And there is a reason to keep fire and fire it at the bomb on the right side in the ending, so... Thank you for the GG's, but let's do it all over again. Look at that JBizzle text that's just scrolled across the screen. I didn't manage to read the whole thing when I noticed it. But, oh, look, it's coming back. 3-year JBizzle. That's, it's like somebody flying a plane in your neighborhood and doing some skywriting, almost. The most fun 3 years ever. A great journey shared with friends. Best community. Happy life. Grateful. Proud. Love. Music. Peace. I love playing every day. I mainly play SMM2 now. Thank you all. So. Okay, good to know. That's the kind of moment you don't experience in the second game. Just having... an item like that just come across your screen at the very end of a totally different level. Seems like there was a lot I missed there, yeah. But yeah, so we have a key door at the end that's unaccounted for. But which may be just another exit to different secret segment. Oh, whoops, nope, needed to grab this guy for fire. Let's redo this. Yeah, like I said, I didn't know who Jay Bizzle was until Maker 2. Just from seeing him stream every now and then. I didn't know that he was a maker who had like a stylistic reputation in the first game. Let's not crash into that. Oh, we can crash into that. Yoshi just comes back. Doesn't seem like a good idea to do so, though. Whoops. Salvageable once again, so just barely. Fell a little too far behind, though. Yeah, so I know I have to keep fire. I don't know if I have to kill Bowser. It's almost like the hammer rain at the end is there to discourage you from trying to kill Bowser, but I don't actually know that for a fact. Naked pipe. Well, mostly just to keep the vertical positioning of the camera intact, I'm sure. Also because of the minimum... whoops, I missed it. Also because of the minimum length of a pipe, I think. The level was just out of space at that point. Okay, let's go forward. Do this cleanly for once. Donut block stalls you to protect you from the bomb. Yeah, this bit here, just a whole lot of damage. Does losing the mushroom matter? I don't know if it does. I mean, it makes Bowser a little more dangerous at the end, but other than that, I don't see a particular difference. Okay, through just in time. Yeah, that's a good point, Tub and Chub. That's the case against trying to kill Bowser. Although you can grab the Piranha Plant on the right side if you wanted that. Let's just grab fire and go. Because we at least know that the bomb interaction exists. We can always go back for Bowser if we want. That also grabs you a key, so that accounts for the key as well, so... let's just enter without Yoshi. I think the hammer gate is a bit much. Oh hey, here's the end. 2Y cake. And we will finish without Yoshi. But we have that full collection of power-ups there for the Miiverse screenshot at the goal. That is good enough for me. And that is it for 2YMM. So we're still pretty early on in a stream. I think we can certainly take some level codes if people have them available. Otherwise, I'll probably go back over some of these makers and pick some other things manually. Show off some old favorites or levels I haven't seen by some of these people. Tetraterix, I don't mind playing one of your puzzles tonight. If you want to send one along, I know that one of the super long ones I would be unlikely to finish, but even so, I don't mind scouting some of them out in advance. Tub and Chub I will do first, though. And Tub and Chub is also a puzzle maker, so we'll see how long I can stay. I'm totally open to the idea, I just don't necessarily know if I can finish one of the giant-sized ones. But yeah, we'll get a couple of people in, Tub and Chub, Donkey Man, Tetraterix. Let's just get some codes in and let's see what we can do. But yeah, just to wrap this up, we will be continuing to 3YMM. At some point, probably starting next week. And that's going to be using all of the codes on the same website. Wow, 3 clears on this historically, a very low clear rate. Let's take a look at that in just a moment. But for now, let's just take a peek at this one. One screen puzzler, P-Boost. And it is a true one screen in a way with that scroll stop in the original game, just kind of constrained to one screen wide and tall, so. Oh, just go to your profile, don't do this one, okay. Yeah, I totally missed your message about that. Let's take a look anyway. Given that it's only 3 clears, we'll take a look anyway, and if I don't progress much at all, we'll slip out of here for something else. And yeah, some of you might have to remind me of your codes later on if they get scrolled off to chat, but I'll let you know if that is the case. And we'll do what we can. Okay, so the goal here, the axe is kind of buried under this location. You would need to activate the bomb to blow up this brick, and you would need to get through the key door. So the sequence is going to involve getting the key, going through the key door, blowing up the bomb, which you may or may not be able to do from the outside, depending on whether you have something like Yoshi to work with, or another bomb that you take with you, or Fireflower, I guess, would work. It would probably just go over to Cloud. Okay, you're saying this looks like it might have a potential soft lock. You mean if you go up to the key door, and let me see how the doors match. Yeah, that's the thing. If it has some very Maker 1 specific mechanics, there's a lot that I wouldn't necessarily know. And yeah, you are locked to here, so this is a point that you can't progress past until you have everything you need at this point, because there is something that blocks you from jumping here. This is a sort of interesting opening stack here, too, with the... Well, okay, that's just there to launch a bomb. Notice that the fire is still here on the left side. Yeah, quite a lot going on in this one. Yeah, Tub and Chub, I may save this for another time, and as you suggested, we might look at a shorter one so I can get through a couple of people who are here. But I don't mind scouting this out for a few attempts just to see what we're looking at. And I might swap to another one quickly, as you recommended. Because this would require a bit of a lengthier effort, I think. Looks like this is going to be an up-throw location for a bomb if we can get our hands on one. Like if we had a P-switch activation, that would release this bomb. That would allow me to grab that. And then pop it up here. That's not going to happen with a P-switch in its current position, though. And it doesn't look like I'm capable of any further resets in my current state because we can't actually reach the door, so... Now, is there a particular reason we would want to unstack the mole? I don't know if there is. As we know, spin jump over here activates the bomb. And... yeah, we'll see what else there is going on here. P-switch we need to find some activation for then before we launch anything up here to take care of the Koopa. I'm fooling around here with the one-way panel interaction in the first game, which made for so many interesting mazes. For some definition of interesting. And let's see here. We will have to figure out some way of activating this, but still retaining some kind of object that would allow the Koopa to cross over. Because right now, yeah, P-switch, if you activate it directly, you get the bomb. The bomb goes up here. Removing those two... I mean, given that we just have one screen of height here, I don't think blowing up these two does much of anything for me right now. But eventually you'll want some way to send an object over to handle the key. Also, notice that block at the very start. I believe it's probably just a coin block, but let's... okay, no, it's actually a block that respawns over the door, so you cannot reverse through the key door because it's going to block you in that position. So it just forces the key door to be one way only. Now, the other thing you'll notice about a P-switch activation is that it will allow me to eliminate these blocks here and head over to the right side to reset through this door afterwards, which would then give me a new P. So there is potentially a spawn block. That's the only thing I can think of is why you would want to bomb this location is if there is a spawn block going on that requires you to cross through another door afterwards. So what we'll do is we will activate the first P. We'll grab this bomb. Come on. We'll try to do that a little more efficiently. And yeah, Tetraterix, I think it's something that feels more elegant when you can just sort of reset mid-solution so you don't need to retrace your steps if it is a lengthy sequence of operations. I think in a puzzle context, that's probably the main reason to be thinking about SD lock prevention. Is that, yeah, you can start over, but if the steps are going to be a very precise pattern to remember. I mean, usually you would be doing a full reset anyway, though, in those kinds of circumstances, but there's a little less friction when you are just directly in the level without taking additional deaths. Whoops. Let's do this again. I don't know if I wanted to kill the mole, but... yeah, actually, the problem with killing the mole is that I'm going to have some trouble going back down here, because I need to land on the mole, I think, to escape that location. Yeah, because going back left to right is going to be an issue now that I've already activated this first block. Okay, let's activate that. Also notice that I do need to grab the coins on the left before the P-switch expires, so you have to be fairly quick if you're doing the sequence that I'm doing, and I get the feeling that skipping this middle activation is going to be much better. Even though the one-way panel does constrain me from getting a nice smooth jump to the left side, at least we don't have to deal with fire on the first pass. and then... Oh, whoops, no. And then I can spin jump on my way back to the left. And then grab the coins. Okay, so let's do that instead. Okay, no, I activated this. That's okay, we got this. Then we reset through this door, and then let's see what happens with that one-way panel now. That gives me an additional piece, which that doesn't do anything in that location. It does give me an additional bomb, though, and then if I blow this up, I may be able to... Oh, I don't think I'd be able to grab the POW, unfortunately. But if you blow up this block in advance, we'll see what happens. Again, now that the P-switch has been activated, we may have an easier time with the rest of this stuff. Was this again? Yeah, that's just a vine. Whoops. That's a mistake. That was an attempted spin jump. Okay. I wanted to avoid that. Let's avoid it. Okay. Yeah, once again attempting to spin jump that, but not with much positional accuracy. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky to get out of there cleanly. And I should consider that maybe that's not the way, if it's going to be that finicky to execute. Yeah, no, I see what's happening there, is that my spin jump is landing on the edge. And I'm kind of falling off the edge instead of jumping off. That's fairly easy to fix. Just need to come off the edge here, perhaps? We'll see. Going back here at all and going up the left side does seem incredibly execution dependent, just because this spot here is really claustrophobic. Unless there's just some Maker 1 technique for navigating that I am completely missing, which can't always be the case. Especially because some of the one-way panel collisions work a little bit differently in this game, which may or may not be an issue. So previously we had escorted the Koopa across, and I don't remember what that did. It spits out a fire flower, so we actually want that in one of the cycles at the end, unless we use fire here to kill some things. But the problem is that this block does prevent me from making it back over with fire unless I take some damage. But that allows me to grab a second flower in the event that I need one. So that's an important thing to know. I'm looking at this and wondering what I can do to potentially walk that shell over. Because you need something to basically hit that Koopa and get it to revive on the left side so it can walk on top of the note block that hits the key. And currently, well, you can go up the ceiling now that that has opened up. And I don't know if there's maybe something that we can do to drop an object in this location or do some kind of object stack. that will allow it to walk over. I'm thinking that as far as an object stack goes, you can do something like that using the POW and the P, but then you're kind of missing one object from that point. Unless you find some way to dunk a fire flower or do something else. Actually, no, here's the issue. If we blow up the blocks there, then you have a problem because you can't drop objects. If you don't blow up the blocks and you only bomb this one, then you have the opportunity to drop one object here and allow the shell to walk across for the key. So whatever you do to open up this location should ideally happen before you activate this bomb on this column. However, you need a bomb activation to do this bit here. And that indicates to me that I probably want to use a POW block to get a coin drop, because otherwise I'm going to have some issues with making it back over. So there is one way to make it back over without running into issues with hitting the block, and that is to take a damage boost that allows me to just run directly over without hitting the block. And so we should keep that in mind because I need some way to do that. And the way to do that would be with a fire flower. And that leads to a problem though, because we need currently in this order a P switch to get the fire flower. Yeah, you were saying much earlier, you usually try to avoid putting hard to find mechanics in puzzles, but there were a few times you allowed yourself to break that policy. Yeah, let's see about this. Let's see if I can do the activation I thought about earlier. Yeah, so we want to avoid activating this block until we have done the stacking maneuver. Bomb needs to come here first. So I'm thinking, is there a way for me to get to the reset door? At this point of view, drop a POW or something that allows the Koopa to walk over. You get the key, but the key door is going to be a one-way. So the thing that I need to figure out how to fit into the sequence is when we wrap around the left side and go through the reset door, or what will presumably be a second P. Let's acknowledge the raid first of all from B Minutes. And B Minutes hope the Pokemon stream was going well on your side. Tetraterix, you're saying you'll need to go to bed pretty soon. Yeah, I might want to save it then. Like I said, I won't necessarily stay on this one for very long, but we'll try to map out some of it. But I'll definitely keep that one in mind, Tetraterix, as far as a comparatively shorter one goes to damage boost bomber. And we'll see if we can slot that in at some point when we have a bit of an interstitial Maker 1 session like this. Okay, so we have the P, we can use the P, get the bomb. Bomb up here. Go upstairs if we have another object, like a P or a POW. But the whole time I have to avoid hitting the block here, which is only going to happen with a damage strategy, unless I can unstack this somehow. A POW activation would also allow me to lower that stack, perhaps. Or a Fire Flower. Let's see, because there's something to this sequence that we won't know yet. Let's try to hit the POW first. Now that's an interesting bounce. And that's not what I expected. So the fact that we have this bounce now allows me to get additional switches, which is great. Except we don't have a bomb. Okay. And yeah, Tetratarix, of course, by short, I mean something that is kind of scaled to expectations for your puzzles, which, you know, we have to keep a sense of proportionality in mind there. So yeah, B-Minutes, Clockwork Jewels, do let me know how the Pokemon went. I have not looked at Arceus at all. No time in my life for Pokemon right now. But I hope Pokemon people have been enjoying its reputed openness. So yeah, going for POW right away looks good. Also, if the POW activates and drops this coin, we're in great shape. That's one thing that we have to consider, is that if we can access the POW, we can do a coin drop on this block in combination with a P, and then that gives me unlimited access to that bomb when you wrap around a few additional times. We also now just have unlimited P switches in general, which I can figure out how to make use of that. Okay, great. Fire Flower. Well, I need to wrap around to the reset door, and then we can break this open. So my priority right now should be... Also, one thing I didn't consider is putting a bomb here. No, this is a vine block, so that will not work. Yeah, Fire Flower is going to allow me to go back at least. Without running into too many problems. Except I still need to drop out those coins on the left side, so if you used a P-switch to get the Fire Flower, then you don't have the P-switch activation to do the coin drop on the left, which is a problem. Unless you find some way to activate the P belatedly, which then allows you to grab another one off the blaster. Is there anything else we can do with the Fire Flower? Seemingly not at this time. So yeah, we'll see what we can do about that. So P unlocks this. Bomb unlocks this. I mean, the thing is, you can wrap back around here a few times for the bombs, so as long as I have some way of making it back across. On the first pass, if I get rid of the coins, then we're potentially in good shape. So let's say, for example, I take the P, take the bomb. I actually come here and eliminate these guys. The objective being to figure out how I can get back across without activating that block. if I could do something with the bomb here, for instance. Also, here's another thing I should try. It's just a P drop here. That just bounces. Okay, never mind. And I guess the whole delay to wrap around the left side is to prevent you from rushing to the door before that bomb has activated. Because that sequence would lead to some problems. Let's see here. P is going to drop this. I think P switch to bomb has to be the first step. I don't see anything else to do. The fact that you can get the second P switch is important, but only if we think about the bomb. Also, the bomb blows this up. This blaster slides over. I think what we want to do is have the P-switch expire. While the bomb is still out. Because then that's going to eliminate the blaster completely. That's a bad idea, in fact. Yeah, I see that. You see, with the coins underneath this blaster, it works on totally different stacking logic than in Maker 2, because Maker 2, I would expect that the coin state switch would just blow this up completely, right? So I don't actually know what's going on with the blaster movement here. Why with the P-switch it comes over? Because there's something mechanically going on there that I would not be familiar with. Whoops. Yeah, because if you hit the P-switch right away, you send the bomb over right away. Is there a way to access the POW? It bumps over, but I can't really stand by the bomb where that is happening, so... If you're fairly quick about this, you can do the whole P-switch sequence with the Koopa while an additional P-switch is active. That seems unlikely, though. Because I was hoping to go Koopa to Fire Flower while the first P-switch is still active. And then you proceed, but that leads to a number of problems. But yeah, because the only thing I can think of right now for getting through here is that damage boost, unless we can find some way to eliminate that. Possibly with a bomb throw. Difficult to say. No. Nope, that's not going to go far enough. I wanted to dunk it in here. And even so, it's stacked high enough that I can't really get through there safely before we run into some problems. Nope. It doesn't do the straight drop against the surface the way that thing was go in Maker 2. That's one change I like about Maker 2, actually, that the throws are a bit more reliable because they always just drop against a wall. Anyway, like I said, this was just kind of a scouting attempt. We will keep this one in mind, Tub and Shove. Anyway, I don't mind looking at your profile quickly, but I might wrap around to some of the other people who submitted first. Because I know we have a few codes here from Document Atlantis. We can look at Tetrateryx, of course. I don't know if there's a particular one that you would recommend that we can do quickly. We can do a short one if you want. But if not, we can wrap around back to one of yours after we've done a few others. You switch pipe? Well, yeah, let's take a look quickly. Yeah, Tetrateryx, let me just take a look at, I'm just trying to determine a good order here. Yeah, Tub and Shub's going to be here for a while anyway. We'll come back for this one. And then... yeah, Tetrateryx, I will bring yours up quickly. I might not finish, but this way at least I will have it marked down in my played courses. And we can at least scout it out. Then hopefully Lantis and Document can stay for theirs. Did you have the code? Damage boost. Bomber. Yeah, don't worry about the level order. We are taking this casually. I'm not really running a formal queue. Do you have the code, though? Because I am scrolling up and I don't think I see it. Yeah, and hopefully I'm able to stay. I don't actually know how long I can run today. Which is why we're just kind of casually running what we can. Okay, Tetrateryx, let's punch that in. Otherwise, I can just dig around for your profile. I have it somewhere here. No, you don't need to boot up Maker 1. I'm sure I can find yours because your 2YMM would be in my played list. I actually think I have you followed here as well, now that I think about it. Find the exit. Damage boost bomber from March of 2017. And we'll see how we do. Find the exit. Anyway, I have an introductory gate over here that is timed to lower all of that. This sends you up. Let's see. This will manipulate some things to eventually give you objects, bullets, something else from the blasters perhaps. We'll just find something that I can interact with, but it looks like we will have to ignite the bombs to kind of open up a few gates as we go. This was the first level of yours that Kavik played, and it made him decide to add you to 2MM, I see. So, good introduction to your work, perhaps. What happens if I dunk this? Probably nothing, but is that really the bomb range in this game? Hang on. No, it should be 2 tiles in this game as well, right? So, yeah, I thought so. Bomb will not really go anywhere else for now. It might be useful later. Okay, I guess we should just go down. Yeah, the arrow there. Just give me some faith I have landing zone. This level involved a mechanic I might not be familiar with. Yeah, we'll see if I can figure it out. It'll be like playing it as somebody inexperienced with Maker 1, so... Well, it does say to damage boost bomber. I assume that I might need to take damage at some point, and that might be relevant. No, I actually think I know what to do. I'm thinking about your Link level in 6YMM, which uses the same mechanic with Link's bombs, and which was a big aha moment for me there. That's exactly what it is. No, that was precisely what I was using as my clue. So we'll just come back here and proceed. There we go, that block is within range for the gate. And then this will be another circuit that requires me to grab a mushroom. Yeah, I guess if those were vine blocks, there would be a particular sequence that might allow you to go up to the top right. Let's think about that later. P-door over here. That's going to be another bomb that I need to reach. Or on that side. Not much camera movement available to me yet, so let's just go up. That activates a P-switch. What do we need the P-switch for? We want to go back down here, and that's what. Because the P-switch gives you the P-door to come over to this location, which manipulates... what? If you are holding a bomb in this location... Well, no, we need to prevent the P from activating because that... sorry, prevent the POW from activating because that allows the bomb to walk over here, and then we grab it, and then we pop it there. So, if we have the P switch active, we can get up to that location, but then in order to do something useful with that, we would need to do a bomb ignition like this. Whoops. Hang on. I sort of flubbed that. Let's cycle back through. Yeah, because I want to go through the P-door while holding a bomb and while having a mushroom. I then hold it up there, and then that allows me to manipulate the blaster positioning on the left side because of the hard blocks that they are positioned on. And then that allows me to disable the shell on the left. Disabling the shell allows me to grab this bomb over here for this blaster. And then we can grab bombs to continue here, but I don't see a good reason to do so, except... yeah, no good reason to do so, given that we have direct access to some of this stuff. We would want an additional mushroom that block should stay destroyed. Let's just grab another one. Yo, Electro Dude, welcome. Yeah, Electro Dude, we have a few people kind of informally queued up, but you might want to have a code ready anyway, just in case. Okay, that is a vine block, so we will need to figure out how to do 2 damage boosts. Okay, so that does refresh. So, where is a mushroom available? That's something that we have to think about. E-switch activation. Anyway, this gives me the mushroom over here. I need to think about how I can destroy 2. Maybe through... Yeah, no, the invincibility frames will not last long enough to do 2 consecutive bombs with 1 power-up. So basically I need to figure out how I can reobtain a mushroom from this point. These guys are all going to march over there. Let's dip back here and take a look at the right side. And yeah, Electro Dude, I don't know how long I'll be able to stay, but hopefully we can stay long enough to manage something like that. I needed to blow up this additional one on the right. It would probably give me something like a Fire Flower that I could then use for a second hit. That's the step I missed. I just didn't look at this blaster or think about what the conveyor belt was doing for me. It was actually the obvious thing to do, but I have 36 seconds. I will likely hit timeout, but the checkpoint is right there, so perhaps not. Seems like a fairly typical thing for me with a John level to hit checkpoints just in time. Anyway, the mole is going to open up the gate. Yeah, look at this, that this displaces you rather than preventing you from continuing the way that Maker 2 works. Little nuances that are easy to forget when you've been away from these for long enough. Anyway, 4 seconds, we are going to lose here, but we've got a lot figured out, and we are going to start pretty much right at that location. Well, I mean, it just means it's well-timed, right? Like, if it's happening regularly, it just means that the checkpoint placement is actually quite good. Coming at a fairly natural spot when it comes to the additional time it takes to figure out some of this stuff. Anyway, we have the ability to take 2 hits now. We'll proceed through here and take the first hit in this location, and see what possibilities it opens up before we go through. Falling block is going to crush that bomb for me, but I don't know if there's a second location I want to hit just yet. Probably not. Let's come through here. And yeah, can't get up here yet unless I have something to jump on. You can leave a bomb here and potentially jump on it. But then without the Fire Flower in that location, I can't actually get through any of that. If you have the Tanuki Leaf, potentially you could fly up there and then do a tail whip on the Piranha Plants, which I suspect that there is going to be some kind of power-up progression here involving an item like the Tanuki Leaf. It seems pretty sensible to me that that would be the case. This level introduced a tech that you use to restore a player's progress after a checkpoint. I'm thinking about that. I think I have to see it to look at it in detail. I think I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember the specifics while I'm looking at a different part of the level. Yeah, I think I know what you mean, though. This here is going to be a damage boost segment. And then we'll just take that. I can't quite see where I'm going here, but we'll go around. Looks like I still need my invincibility frames at this point, if we are to go through the pipe, which may or may not be the case. Similar to how the Lord of the Shallots kicks you back out if you go into a section. Yeah, I know what you mean. I just didn't see the specifics of how that was implemented. One moment. Let's pay attention to my timings here. Yeah, because you're initially kind of behind that gate anyway. You go into the first pipe. And then you kind of have a chain of bombs that sort of continues to preserve your progress up to the Fire Flower. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's when you spawn into that location post-checkpoint, it operates a little bit differently because of the need to have the Fire Flower at the start, even though you are entering the same room. Yeah. And that's just with that extra activation that gets the blasters do. Unstack that way. I know I'm not describing it in much detail, but I do get what you're talking about. That was an effort to try to ride off the donut block and go up. That's not going to work that way. That's going to drop a flower. Do I have enough room to go in here? Yes, I do. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, I mean, this allows me to continue. I probably should have continued with that bomb and played hot potato here, but no, that just gives me a mushroom at this point. And that allows me to progress further like this. But I needed the bomb at this location to play hot potato with it. I had the right sequence, I just stalled. Yeah, no, I had the right idea. Just needed to be fairly quick. Grab the Fire Flower, then you reset the bomb timing before anything gets ignited. There we go. There we go. Good timing there. Right before the invincibility frames run out. Yeah, we'll try to pay attention to the kind of gate that you have set up if I get a good look at it later on as I progress. I think here I just jump into this. Nope, hang on. That's purely a timing check here. There we go. Here, I go up myself, but let's see what I should do. Is there a reason to take a bomb with me? I don't see one. Yeah, this is going to be timing dependent. I do want to hold the bomb next to him if I can. That's going to be one hit, and then you get the mushroom right away, so it's not going to be too much of an issue. Whoops. Nope, that did not register as a hit. Not quite. Hang on, let's not get stun locked here. Hang on. My timing is totally off. Just try to get a new bomb and start fresh here. There we go. Hit number 2 at long last. I get the feeling I should take a bomb with me through to Kedor just to see. And Electro Dude, you've seen stuff coming to your recommendations about the whole Ukraine thing. Yeah, plenty of reasons to be anxious about it. I mean, I was kind of keeping an eye on that regardless. But I don't know if you just had it algorithmically recommended to you as something that, I don't know, Minecraft people are watching or something. But there is, of course, quite a concerted amount of disinformation out there as well on social media. And, so, lots of stuff to be vigilant about. Let's see, we should just continue taking this piece with me, because that is how I'll progress. Okay, so that's how we'll get the additional hit just off that flower. I think this just allows me to progress by an additional room from what we had seen earlier. And thank you so much for the shares, B-Minutes. Really appreciate it. So this is specifically an object check to prevent you from doing anything there. And that drops you probably to Kedor. I think this is okay at this point, though. Try again. Okay, it's not okay. You have to take an additional hit to figure out that last gate. Find the exit. Oh, okay, so you're all the way back to the start, but with a couple of things broken up to that point. This puzzle was Kavik's favorite part of the level. Yeah, it's I'm gonna hit timeout on this one, I think, but We'll probably be back there soon enough. We have the fire flower sequence over here that we know about already. I am thinking about how to maybe escort an additional power-up with me. Or use the spring some other way. Thank you so much for the resub, B-Minutes. You played Scrabble the other day and played the word aqueous. Sounds like that would have scored spectacularly if you played with it all 7 tiles and landed the cue somewhere juicy. Yeah, I haven't been able to stream much Scrabble lately. I've been hoping to find some time to get back into it. I'm kind of out of practice lately. Even though I have been playing a few casual rounds online every week. But I kind of have to get back in gear for a competition soon enough. And yeah, this time I didn't pay nearly enough attention to the checkpoint setup, but noticed that we are starting with the trampoline right away. Just given how things spawned in initially. I probably should have paid more attention to that. It seemed like it was dependent on the state of a number of different blocks, depending on which checkpoint you had started from. You've been trying to memorize to be or not to be for fun. Yeah, it's a good one to have in the back pocket, even if it is not something you're taking into audition. I feel like I need to escort a bomb somehow, maybe. By sections you've already completed, you mean the ones you can access from the vertical pipes. Yeah, I see what you mean. Sort of having some memory based on whether you're cycling back into them from, well, the checkpoint state that you have. I think. So yeah, this was where we've gotten so far. I think we just need to do this first. I don't know if I'd considered this room. Yes, we had. And this was the thing I had noticed much earlier in the level as something I would eventually be cycling around, and so I just failed to consider that. But then that loops you back here, which does what? Resets you back into this position. Okay. So yeah, that's the mechanism that you were talking about. Because I had noticed that that was going to be kind of a two-state loop. I just didn't know when that was going to kick in. But I do see now what's going on with that gate. I'm pretty sure. So the question is, how do we get that additional damage boost? I suspect it's to use the spring somehow to, you know, somehow get an additional object in play. But there is something I'm missing. It doesn't actually help you, but it was the first level anyone made in Maker 1 with that kind of gate preserving tech, yeah. Pretty interesting landmark then. I guess this would have been about 1.5 years into the game if it's March 2017. it was really interesting going from 1 to 2 YMM to kind of see how things had developed. And in general, just how quickly things had developed with both years in this game. I almost feel like we need to do like 2 consecutive damage boosts here that are really quick. Like you have, you know, maybe 1 bomb that's placed in advance. Can we get a good bounce on this? Or escort this some other way? Notice these slots here that really strongly imply to me that we're supposed to escort something over in the long run. I've been looking at those spots and thinking, you know, what can we do with that? Yeah, I would have expected with one of your puzzles that it would be something with well-known mechanics, rather than a trick or some extreme edge case. It's probably something I already have the information to do. So yeah, notice these note blocks here. I think I need to escort something like a power-up. Possibly a mushroom, though, because a mushroom would actually travel. I think we need an extra mushroom. And that's all there is to it. And then it's the same sequence as before, as long as we don't have despawning issues. Which I'm sure will not be something that I'm really going to be bunching up against. Like, I would expect that the mushroom should stay within range. Yeah, it's going to be there. Here's the problem. That, okay, no, that's not a problem, actually. Picking it up at that point is going to be perfectly fine. It does, in fact, trap it in such a way that I can reliably grab it without spawning range issues. Let's get this out of the way for a moment. Just out of the way, please. And that gives you 2 damage boosts to finish this room. And let's redo it. The government has apparently bought TikTok. Which government? Because I know TikTok was kind of looking at an acquisition by Microsoft some while back when they were having potential issues with US sanctions against China. But we can talk about that stuff at another point. Like, basically, I spend way too much time dealing with China policy stuff generally, so let's try to get through the puzzle instead first. When Carl Sagan42 played this, he noticed the mushroom wasn't in the gap next to the blaster. Oh, I see. Okay, so he kind of restarted it when it was not, in fact, in an uncompletable state. Yeah, I just made a really simple mistake there, but I have the solution at this point. Yeah, Electrodude, the thing is, TikTok was already sharing substantial information with, like, because of the ownership situation from TikTok. This is part of the reason why I have myself never used it. That they were already sort of internationally compliant with a lot of the Chinese government censorship regime, and so, you know, you could be out of the country as a TikTok user and still get your content screened if it ran into some issues on that score. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why I have just never interacted with TikTok. It was already a problem. It's not something new in terms of the information security risk. Now, I should have remembered that I don't actually need a trampoline at this point, but it was just probably causing more complications more than anything. On the other hand, let's not assume that. Maybe there is a reason to take it through. Let's see. Grab a power up over here just to refresh things. It'll be the same kind of fight as before, actually. Except having this available maybe makes it simpler for me to get something into position. Let's think about this for a moment. I want the bomb on the right side to lower that blaster. Let's do it. There is a reason to keep the trampoline with you, but it's not actually required. Yeah, I'm glad I tried that. Doesn't seem to get me anything here, though, if I... if I do this, perhaps. Then before I enter the door, then I can reclaim it. Just passing it through the one-way panel, by the way, that seems like something that's... Maker 1-ish. Let's not grab that yet. The note blocks at the end just bounce you to the exit. Let's come up here instead to see what's going on with the bonus. And we'll float gently down. And yeah, as I said, I'm glad I tried throwing it back through to one way. That was something I'm glad I didn't assume would be blocked. Anyway, very satisfying puzzle. I can see why that was a good way of auditioning for 2YMM. And yeah, you're absolutely right that this is one of those mechanics that I know people in Maker 2 don't think about very much, because I have actually cheesed Maker 2 puzzles using it. I remember that I think it was one of Major's puzzles that I completely broke because he did not take this damage boost technique into account. I believe. Like, there was at least one puzzle, and I think it was Major's, and I might have broken somebody else's as well using this. But it was something that, as I said earlier, came to mind when I thought about the link bomb solution in 6YMM. Anyway, thanks so much for submitting it. I'm glad I managed to get through this one on stream before you had to take off. So we've got Lantis and Document, and then Tub and Chub will go back to yours at one point, so we'll try to fit in one by Electrodude. We'll kind of just order things depending on who can stay and who has to go. As you were saying, it's an important level in the development of your design style and the checkpoint tech as well. Yeah, I'll have to look at that a bit more closely. I know I didn't really talk about that very extensively, apart from noticing it, in terms of that state preservation. But I'll have to kind of go back over my footage and look at that, or just pop it up in the editor. Okay, let's see. Let's do Lantis quickly and Documents in some order. I know Lantis tends to do fairly shortish levels, but Documents code is there. We'll just pop that open because I know time zone wise you probably have to leave sooner. Whoops. Well, you were both here at the same time, so yeah, sure, we could do Lantis first. We'll just punch that in. I didn't know how long you could stay. I know Lantis tends to make generally easy levels, so it could have gone either way. Yeah, I probably won't be taking anybody other than the people who are already accounted for, though, just for reasons of time. So Document, Lantis, Tub and Chub, Electrodude in some order. That will probably be all I can get through before I have to go. Anti-gravity rotating rooms, let's see it. Okay, so through the door on the right, and then yeah, Lantis, of course, is a maker who loves doing state change illusions. And let's go through here and just progress. Now this section I assume we won't be going through in rotated form simply because it is long enough to account for many screens. This whole bit feels reasonably traditional, and then whoops, let's not drop a Goomba on my head. Okay, let's move down. And through the door we go, and that does what? It drops me through here, but with the mushroom, which doesn't allow me to do anything here yet. Have we actually gone through some of the pipes? The pipes just do the rotation illusion, which we'll figure out what to do with that. And try to get a state that allows me to progress for the first time using the mushroom. There we go. And then we'll do one after that with the Tanuki leaf. Yeah, it seems like the rotation just kind of gives you a natural place to go. Whoops, shouldn't have lost a leaf here. Yeah, fairly gentle power-up gate there at the end. And of course, we'll just look for what the leaf can break open. Probably not smart to go that way, though. That looks like it'll just drop me. Yeah, the boot will allow me to get up through the ceiling with the high jump, through the top that we saw earlier, I think. But we'll see. Okay, that was a slightly sad way to lose that flower. Let's try this again. I think I just have to redo it to take care of the flower, so... But most of the things that we broke with the Tanuki leaf, we already have accounted for, so... And it's not like we can use it into boot anyway. So we'll just head on down. Oh, no flowers still, though. Oh, yeah, that's right, because it's a power-up. Let's think about that fire flower and what that's going to do for me. It seems like, in general, I just need to jump out of this anyway, so... Except that just pulls you up there, so... Let's find one of the rooms that is actually going to allow me to progress with this. I guess the flower, hopefully, isn't actually that required. I'm kind of curious about the left side here, but not curious enough to drop the boot yet. Let's see what's going on. Ah, you can take a point of damage here, and that will allow me to hop on this way. That seems correct. I'm kind of back to an initial state, though. I guess I haven't been thinking very closely about the actual central mechanic here, in terms of mapping out where to go, because it looks like I've just lost myself some pretty substantial progress. Yeah, this is what you need the boot for. You need boot plus mushroom in this configuration. And I just neglected that. That's clearly the boot passage. So let's just go back to pathways that we have opened up, so I'm able to collect power-ups again. If I can get to the Tanuki room with all the boots, or if I can just get a boot again, in fact. And if I can reload one of my power-ups from this, and we're in better shape than we are now. I will need a mushroom, though. And so I should actually rotate this back to either the leaf or the mushroom. Oh, whoops. I don't actually remember which is which. This is mushroom, I think. Or is it Leaf? No, it's got Koopa's... Oh, shoot, we just lost it again. Yeah, okay, we made a bit of a mess out of this. Had to keep the boot, grab the leaf. We want leaf and boot, or at least mushroom and boot, so we can hit the ceiling. Yeah, let's rotate this way. It's because we know that this way lies to boot. And then we'll try to get back on track. So yeah, just thinking about it in terms of rotation just resolves some of these issues a little faster when switching rooms. And yeah, Fireflower doesn't seem to be required for anything, which is good news because that would have caused a couple of problems given that we could only collect it once. Okay, let's see how quickly we can get through this bit here with 30 seconds. Here's some fire. That works too. Yeah, let's not get stun locked. Okay, losing the belt. That's okay, we'll just go 15 seconds. Yeah, whole segment near the end there was pretty vulnerable to just boosting through, but of course, that's why you just stack all those power-ups on your way to the big finish. Maybe got myself slightly lost there, but we made it. So, thank you for that, Lantis. And this one was from how long ago? Let's see. Yeah, this is very early. Look at that. That's within a month. Within a month of launch, back in October 2015. So, pretty sophisticated for the launch state. When I think this would have been even before checkpoints were patched in. Okay, let's look at document. Notice this little thing with the UI. If you use the D-pad arrows, the bookmark page, by the way, just disconnects you and kicks you back to the Course World main screen. But if you use the arrows, you can't actually navigate to the top right where you can search for courses. Like, this is as far as it goes. You do have to use the touchscreen unless you have an alternative controller in order to enter courses manually, which seems to be a very strange restriction. And Lecter, welcome. Okay, so documents, your code is in the chat. I will punch that in. Dry Bonanza from December 2019. 2019? Oh, I don't know if this was just a late re-upload or something. That seems oddly recent. Yeah, Lantis, I don't know if I'll have a time for a second one from you today, but we'll see. It's a very late SMM1. Very late SMM1. That's, I think I remember when you worked on this, actually. I think I remember you saying something about doing this as a super, super late upload. for some reason. Probably some exclusive mechanic that we'll see soon enough. You were well into Maker 2 when you uploaded this. Yeah. Don't know if it was just something that you were finishing up from before, or... But I actually do remember you mentioning that you had a Maker 1 upload from around that time, now that I see it firsthand. I missed them all. And hop all the way over. Luca, welcome. Oh, whoops. Well, that was not the way to go. That was an interesting intersection over there. Kind of had second thoughts about the POW. And we'll take the nice lengthy death. You started making this in 1, then uploaded it later when the servers were going to stop allowing. Yes, that would have been around a time when they announced it. 2019? Or was it? Because I feel like it wasn't until 2021 that they did the cutoff, right? But then at that point it was a reasonable guess that at some point it was going to stop. I actually don't remember because, you know, it's pandemic timescale in terms of whether it was 2020 or 21 that the upload stopped. I thought it was 21, like last year. But there was a fair bit of notice. It doesn't quite work in Maker 2. Is it because of some of the overlaps in the setup here with the... I'm looking at the sort of object stacking at the base of the trigger. I've got to stop jumping into that, you know, instinctively trying to dodge the mole even though the POW block is taking care of it just fine. Lots of these ideas wound up in Mount Kiliman Dry Bones in Maker 2. Yeah, Luca, you wonder why this is not in a snow theme? Well, apart from the obvious. But yeah, the item interactions, that's one thing that I noticed right away was such a big change from 1 to 2, was just when objects get sort of punched into overlaps with trampolines, just how different it was, and how many of those setups had to be completely reinvented. I assume that was probably the factor here that you're talking about. Whoop. It was a different synchronization than I had before, just from my camera movement. Okay, let's drop this. Load this up. And there we go, carrying that over with a bit of momentum. Luca, this level is just a knockoff from a level I might know. The maker is kinda well known. Yeah, never heard of the guy. I think I needed some forward momentum here, but let's try to salvage it anyway, like, you know, falling in and going up. There we go, checkpoint. And mushroom check. Oh, here's another hopper. Well, I guess that strategy totally didn't work. Oh no, this guy, I see. Base just dropped off and now I just need to reset this. Or I'll come back and respawn it, I suppose. I thought I was being so clever, just letting it overshoot the whole way and then not even bothering to go upstairs, but no, it drops off. It comes up to tell me, what did you think was going to happen? And then we will try it again. Oh, I need to jump at the arrow, yeah. I know that by now, I just wasn't really following that location. Yeah, I guess as a late Maker 1 level document, you probably haven't seen very many plays on video of this one. Simply because all the streamers had dropped off long before this. Oh, no, we'll have to bump that up and go for that coin. There we go. Missing the flag, of course. Okay, Electrodude, if you have yours ready. Likely what I'll do is I'll do yours first. I'll go back to Tub and Chubs after that, and if I have time, we'll do that second one from Lantis. But then that will definitely be all. I don't even know if I can stay for all those, in fact, but we'll try to get things done quickly. So if you have the code ready, that would be great. And so you hadn't seen this, yeah. So that was pretty much the streaming debut of a very, very late life Maker 1 level. You can tell just from how few plays there are on it total, in fact. Sort of impressive that there are still 100 plays on it for something from 2019, but I guess maybe Document had enough long-time followers still with their Wii U's plugged in that was possible. Anyway, Electrodude is going to show me something else with a mechanic removed in Maker 2. Let's see if we can show that off. And you're saying it was cool and no one used it. Let's see if we can uncover that experience. This is from 2018. Shelmet Shock. And yeah, interestingly enough, this was another one then that was completed partway into Maker 2, when you were already quite... no, it's not. Maker 2 came out in 2019. I can't count. I'm still thinking about the last level and the 2019 stamp on that one, so... I guess the previous one wasn't actually that far into Maker 2, but definitely far enough that Document you would have noticed that the community had pretty much completely moved over all at once. But anyway, this one is from 2018, so it overlapped with the release of the Switch in 2017. That's what I was thinking of, that the Switch was already kind of dominant by that year. But Maker 2 was as yet unannounced. And Luca, no, Thomas is just an alias. Electro Dude's name is Electro Dude. If it wasn't already obvious enough, the fact that he's Dutch. So you need to duck. I don't know if... Yeah, I actually want to restart this. Hang on. Because I just made a mistake early on. So you duck, and you turn it around. That's true, I haven't seen this. And, oh yeah. Okay, no, P-switch is bad. We need to deflect. I noticed that just as I missed a shell. I did understand that. Luca, I wouldn't advise picking... Oh, you're talking about the flag, I see. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I've actually seen this before, because I would not have known this back when I played Maker 1. And then you bounce it up top. I can't believe people didn't use it. It's such a simple thing to set up. Because it took no time at all for people to understand, you know, Shelmet and projectile interactions in the second game, for instance. Oh, no, we need to block over here. Yeah, it's not even anything technical, right? Like, it's... You would think at least there are, you know, puzzle designers that would have used this. Oh, we needed to outrun it. Okay. Yeah, it's really surprising to me that people just wouldn't have tried this more widely. Especially given that the Shelmet was something that was introduced in Maker 1. And as a new power-up, you'd think that there was a pretty strong incentive to learn all the ins and outs. And Tub and Chub, you think you did use this? Yeah, I'll keep that in mind if I see a level of yours that involves that in some fashion. And then, yeah, all the interactions here are pretty clear, except I needed to send it over a second time, obviously. And then we'll face this way. Plenty of time to read all of this in advance if you are paying a mild amount of attention. That's going to drop Blaster, and then... That's going to fire another shell, which will rotate all the way down here. Okay. And then the bomb is going to drop me through. Now we need something to stand on. We need to lower the blaster then. If I... yeah, we'll need to eventually lower the blaster. So let's see how we can set that up. Let's spawn another shell. Is it coming back? Yep. I'll give time to get in position. And look at that shell trigger as well. That's pretty interesting with the muncher. Anyway, here's checkpoint. And look at that, you can turn the bomb around without igniting it, which is not what you want to do because of stuff like that. What I do want to do is probably upthrow the bomb to kill the piranhas. You don't want to do that, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. That's not what I expected. Alright. And then that allows you to leave. I don't think I completely understand what I did there with the bomb, but that works. And then a POW allows you to upthrow, except you would need to jump into it, so you, whoops, don't want to activate a door. And that's a cage. That kills you. No, I was trying to jump before the upthrow. Not knowing what to do there, of course, but we'll... I think I need to keep the bomb alive up to a point. Or just nuke it that way. And then you survive and then that drops, yeah. I think the idea was that you needed to move the bomb and reposition it to dodge the fire so it doesn't activate. But I wasn't totally clear. Oh no, you need to avoid the key, I see. You do not want to kill the bomb. Because you need to avoid the key. Because even if you try to jump, yeah, there's a tile there that constrains you, so this is the bomb check, and which is why there is a buzzing sound for hitting the bomb. So you're supposed to prevent the bomb from lighting on fire and from igniting. Nope, that's going to be a loss. Interesting way to do that. It took me a moment to realize what that meant, but once I noticed that you can't actually jump at the key door location, then it became clear that it is a sort of avoid the key mechanic. And you just kind of keep it alive in the middle. Nope. I should actually use the helmet to get some of the fire out of the way if it is coming. Yeah, and it's a fairly short dodging fight. Even in Maker 1, Electrodude loved the bullet dodging. But if you just reposition yourself accurately, you can get way out of the way. And then do that. And then here you can hit that and go down. And that's going to be a spiny head check. Yeah, nice and quick as it has to be, but very unique use of that idea. Yeah, because I'm thinking about this and wondering how you would even do something equivalent to that in Maker 2. You know, a keep the bomb alive idea. You could do it, but it would be very difficult to set up elegantly. You'd have to do it with things like, you know, SMB2 mushroom dropping trampolines or blocking pieces or something like that. It wouldn't work nearly as elegantly. So... Yeah, lots of fun, that one. And as with a lot of things this late in Maker 1, not really that many plays, but at least compared to the numbers we see now. And yes, Natcat, I was finishing 2YMM today, so we had some extra time while I was still on my Wii U to take some Maker 1 creations. I probably won't have room for too much more, though, but we'll see. Let's go back to Tub and Chub for that other recommendation you had earlier. Tub and Chub, you might want to drop your code again, so I don't have to scramble for it. Or I could look at my recently played. Just give me a moment. And we'll try to dig it out. Which one was it again? It was, you say it was, no, this is the one that you showed me initially. P-switch pipe, right? P-switch pipe. Yes, let's do it. So this is from 2017. And we'll see if we do a bit better with this one. Actually, Mang, that's a good point with Link's shield as a blocking piece. That's a good point. That was an obvious one to miss. So the goal is going to be slightly off screen. We would probably scroll one column towards it once we make it there. We don't know how the doors are matched yet. I would assume this drops me directly to the one above. We want to eventually take the key and head over to the key door. P-switch activation allows the bomb in the top left to walk up to a certain location until... Yeah, I guess the P-switch expiry would allow it to break the blocks in the middle. And I'll have to see what the question block is all about. That is not where I expected to go. Okay, that's fine. We'll proceed anyway. Oh, whoops. I was trying to do an up throw there. That was... we can do an up throw over here, though. Nope, because you'd be standing over the door, and that would take priority. And then... takes you over here. Hang on. That simply allows you to go up and then hit the mushroom, which then gives you a damage boost, which then allows you to go to the left side. Okay, so now let's see what's going on with the bomb, because eventually we want to respawn in such a way that bombs will take me over to the left side. We don't know what this is yet, but let's watch the bomb pattern. I think I would probably want to POW at some point to do a coin drop. And no, that just kills the bomb straight up without ignition, so we actually needed to activate that first. And the bomb would be able to walk across on the assumption that we can do a coin drop. Let's think about that. And Maker 1, you can't enter like this, no. But worth checking, because I don't know my Maker 1 mechanics that well. And yeah, Electrodude, that's a good point as well, that there are a few things that are difficult to design around with Link, just given how powerful that moveset is. Anyway, same idea here. Let's try to make it across, and we don't know what's going on up here yet, by the way. But you would need the P-switch to do some kind of drop there. And yeah, we'll pay attention to that when we have the opportunity to use the P-switch. Certainly not yet. This is just an exit door. That would just be from if you are standing on top of the P this way and you load your way back in. Let's blow this up first. And Natcat, I'm not using the bot, I'm just doing this one, and probably, if I have time, the second one from Atlantis that was suggested earlier, and that will be it today. Because I'm already running a bit long. Well, that's... yeah, let's see how far the bomb can actually progress. I don't know if it's going to walk far enough. I kind of get the sense it won't. And that's... figuring out the coin drop is going to be part of this. Also, yeah, notice that the P-switch activation drops a second P-switch on the right side. That's important. We now know that the object that spawns out of pipe is a P-switch. The object that spawns out of this is the spring. P-switch plus spring potentially does what for you? We'll see. Notice that I can grab mushrooms safely in this location. I don't think there's a particular reason to do that except if we... oh, no, can't go back. If we refresh through here... no, I think either way we'd have to. We'd have to take damage here. Notice that you can't go this way, you do have to go over. So we know not to do that. We can, however, hit a P-switch and then... if you have a P-switch that's available on the other side... like, if you hit a P-switch, go back... I'm just thinking about this. Like, if you come through here, that just resets to this position. That's no change except... no change. This thing spawns a bomb that breaks open. Let's see, because I'm thinking about what I could potentially interact with at this stage. A bomb is going to break open this question block, though, and this question block will remain broken. And that will allow a bomb to... no, it will stay on top of the cloud, that's the issue. But if you... whoops, I wanted to get on top of this. That was a mistake. We'll have to restart this. P-switch pipe. Oh yeah, you're drawing my attention to the title because it tells you there's a P-switch from the pipe. I get it. Same kind of affliction I have with level descriptions in a second game. I just forget about them as soon as I enter. You know what? I feel like we can re-enter. This is the only way to re-enter, in fact, because until the block there is broken, there isn't really a good way to do it. I am stuck here now, unfortunately. I was kind of wondering about that interaction to see if I could stick myself on top. I can, but I can't actually get out from here, so... the fact that I can stay on this side of the one-way panel and grab this, though, I wonder if that's going to be useful somehow. Like, if we... whoops. I wanted to do an up throw. No, but that's going to run into some issues. Nope. So I'm still undecided on one-way panel, but without entering the door. Springs don't grab keys, even if you could throw it up there. Yeah, no. I know that. But, yeah, that's not going to interact with the mushroom. If I do grab the mushroom, we have damage boost to the left, but I think maybe I have a bit of tunnel vision for that right now. Let's see. I'm thinking about how to set up the blaster in such a way that I can get additional springs positioned elsewhere. The spring allows me to potentially do something like a head bump on the P-switch. Like this guy here, I don't know if that's ever going to do anything interesting for me after I grabbed a mushroom. No, because this came out of here in the first place. Let's proceed over here just in case. So, yeah, earlier I wanted to blow up that block and then re-enter. Just to see if anything differs. Not really. There's that cloud, but... yeah, the P-switch activation is going to let the bomb walk over. The bomb is going to, once again, die to these blocks to the left, unless we have something like a POW interaction to keep it company. Let's think about that. Yeah, because the one-way panel here, nothing is really going to get through it, right? So I'm not sure if anything's going to manipulate that cloud, or if there's any way to progress past this point. Yeah, to follow up on the discussion about SD locks, even in one screens that we saw earlier, I think one of the things, if you do have a locking position, is that these puzzles do require you to recognize when you can't progress. And right now I don't know if I can, but I have to think about the space of possible interactions here and whether there's something I would have missed as somebody who's already gotten through to this gate. If I have some alternate method of opening up the pipe on the right side, then maybe we're in business, but... and yes, Roger boy, you came here in time for a puzzle for once. It is a Maker 1 puzzle. Yeah, so the bomb is just going to walk over. The P-switch on the right side is going to do its thing. I actually wonder... notice, once again, that one thing I have not considered is that in Maker 1, you can chuck objects through the one-way panels. And that's something I have not used. And which could potentially be really useful. Because it would allow me to, for instance, maybe find a way to displace the P-switch to the right side. So that way I'm still alive when I do this stuff here. Yeah, I have to figure out a lot of this Maker 1 logic from scratch. The fact that springs will go over one-way panels tells me that potentially I can break both of those and spawn a P-switch. Whoops. Because I'm thinking about the up throw. There is something that's never going to reach through the one-way panel, but if I'm here and small, I'm wondering if I'm able to get that push. But I don't know what the throwing restrictions on one-way panels are in this game. It's something I'm still kind of recovering on the fly, so... nope, if I'm tall, that's going to blow it completely. Yeah, it doesn't look possible. But I thought it was worth a try given the logic of throwing one through horizontally. I also don't really know what this is for yet. Does this eliminate the object? No, it doesn't. So I'm also thinking about how it is possible to destroy a trampoline in case I need a second one. Because I really don't want to go to the left side yet until I can find a way to get out of that trap on the left side, which... yeah, because once I hit the P-switch on the left side, I haven't quite figured out how to get back to the right side. And that's going to be a bit of an issue, because if you drop the P-switch like this, you can try to chuck it. Maybe you can do a remote activation, not like that obviously, but like this, I don't know if there's any further manipulation that we can do with it. It really doesn't look like it. This spot here, like I said, if we can reverse through the door, I don't really know what that gets me. Interesting, question block under the key door at the end. I mean, that's just the ending. I guess that's just some kind of bonus, like a 1-up. Anyway, this will get you nothing. You do need a P-switch to activate that, so the question is, how will I go about it? Also, it really does look like the block pushing the trampoline is important here. That the fact that it gets me within range to come back here seems really important. But then I would need a P-switch active to do much with it over here. Yeah, regardless, at some point we would need to grab the key, right? So... if I take the P-switch... I don't see anywhere I can go with it. Yeah, the boo there is just as a damage gate of some sort, but if you grab the mushroom in this position, and you come down, you have the ability to take damage, but that's not really useful. Whoops. You have the ability to hit this, but that doesn't seem to be doing anything for me yet. Apart from disabling my access to it afterwards. And then having the spring spawn over there if I'm not taking it with me. Ideally, I'd like to destroy this so I create a passage to go back over. In order to do that, though, you need a bomb to drop here, which tells me that We need to... Well, we can't do anything about the cloud. Like, I'm looking at that cloud and I'm just thinking that we have no way of dealing with it. Because you can have one P-switch, and then you're just kind of standing here and there's nothing else that is particularly relevant. I'm sort of thinking about how I could set up something like a remote P-switch activation, but... we'll see. The boo facing direction doesn't seem to matter for anything. Whoops. Didn't mean to drop in there. It could be that there's something I'm missing about opening up the green pipe right away. Like if I can do some kind of displacement on the blaster, for instance. If I can displace that somehow in a way that allows me to... yeah, this is something that I haven't considered, is the fact that I can do a head bump on the blaster if it is suspended. That's something I have not considered at all, because it allows me to reset through the door on the right if I bump it to the right. Yeah, so if I bump this on the right side, then I can go through here. And if I go through here with a mushroom, well, that just drops me it immediately. That's not too useful, but... I'm sort of thinking about what else we can do with that. Because right now, if I lose the spring here deliberately, then the blaster's just going to repeat into that position. That's not too helpful either. I think this is just here as a reset in case this happens, and maybe that's not supposed to happen. Like, maybe you are supposed to drop the blaster on top of the block or something and use that as a pushing piece. Or use that just as a... yeah, because if you reposition the blaster in a certain way, maybe you can get it to move into this location. If you get it to move into this location, then you could use that to affect the positioning of the P-switch. Yeah, I would want to land it on top of the block, so it's going to require a little bit more precision. Nope, that's a miss. I think that's maybe the right idea, though. Except I wanted to chuck it under the boo. That's the issue here. I actually wanted it to overshoot the block if I can. And maybe I need to bump it twice off my head to do so. As long as I bump it to the left. And then I shift the blaster into position. Once I do that, then... what does that allow me to do? We'll find out. Nope, wrong. Major, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. I heard you had some issues with Nintendo deletions. lately. We're doing Maker 1 levels today. Since I finished 2YMM earlier in the stream, Okay. Now I need to move that to the left. And even so, given that the object is on tracks, I don't think it actually gets to push, does it? Like, I would need to load it on top and then... Let's see. Yeah, some of the track logic is quite a bit different in this game, so... Whoops. No. Yeah, it's always going to land on this space, pretty much, if I just get one bump. So I do need to load it on top of the block, and then... At that point, I would just need to get straight up next to the block to bump it further, perhaps. A couple of mechanics here that I would not be familiar with, just because Maker 2 doesn't work quite the same way. I know. At this point, I'm not really even sure what the purpose of doing this would be, but it's going to line up at a one-way panel. I want to try this. Yeah, so that's not going to work either. But if you drop it like this, then are you able to bump it up? No. If I grab the mushroom, though... Yeah, currently I don't really see the purpose of this gate, then. But if you set it up like this, maybe there's something that you can do with the P-switch, where if you drop the P-switch from the other side, then you can have a remote activation on it. I don't see the point of doing that, though. Except, you can get a permanent P-switch, because once you unlock the P-switch... Yeah, that's how to do it. That's how to do it. I get it, I think. Because I was wondering, like, what would you even be doing with this blaster here? I understand it. If you land it on top of the block, and you have a P-switch drop down from this location after the first P is activated, then you have an infinite P-switch because of the way that the blaster would be able to nudge the P-switch with its bottom corner down here. If the P-switch lands on top of the blaster, that's no big deal because the door to the left would unstack it. So I think I actually have it. So we hit the P-switch, for instance. Let's bomb this first. I think I have no reason to save that for later. Now with the P-switches dropping off from the other side, yeah, it becomes an infinite P-switch, and then the bomb walks over. Then we need to figure out what to do from there. Ah, the bomb just cycles, which means that eventually the bomb will give me access to the POW. Now, then we need to think about the key. Because I think the key is potentially going to give me some issues here. Notice that if we take the bomb and we throw it to the right, that it could potentially break the block that's under the blaster. And then that stops the P-switch. The bomb can also get this location down. What we actually want to do is we want to use the bomb to break out what we need. And then kind of recycle my way through this while the P-switch is still active, because when you go through the door with the P-switch active, then the infinite P-switch mechanism will not continue because of the way the blaster respawns. Okay, so that's wrong. I actually wanted to break this out then. However, since the P-switch is active, what you can do is you can fire the POW now, because that does a coin drop. The problem with the coin drop is that now we've disabled the bottom pathway. I needed to not disable the bottom, I think. But we'll sort that out in a moment. I am making a bit of progress. And also I can't go through here now, because I forgot that that's not how that works. So no, we needed to stand on top of the POW actually, and refresh my way through here with the P-switch still active. Okay, that's fine. So the breakthrough was the blaster movement, which was easy to overlook because of the way that these things just straight up kill you in the second game. In most instances. Whoops. Okay, that's a major breakthrough though. And so we have a couple of unsolved problems from there, which is the bomb sequence and also how to maintain this stuff without the coin drop. I think this series of blocks, in fact, specifically prevents you from using a coin drop to open up the top left passage. Possible to do a spring door entry in this game, but it's a bit precise. Yeah. That's effectively not something I can do then. A bit precise is too precise for me. Anyway, we'll get the infinite. Oh, forgot this. Shoot. That's a problem. That's okay, infinite P-switch will take care of the rest. That was not time sensitive. So that's going to cycle through. The bomb is going to drop and then we need to make a decision. Do we go for the POW or do we go for this gate? I think we must go for the POW. And then on a future pass, we will deal with that gate. And then that's going to drop another bomb for me, which will be kind of important. The spring I've not really used yet, but I would assume that... Ah, okay, now the bomb is in that trap. That's an issue. Because you would need a P-switch active all the way for that to happen. I also didn't expect... Okay, no, because I restarted through here and that repositioned the blaster and disabled the mechanism. Okay. Well, now I have access to P, POW, and spring. I'm able to take the POW out with me now, though. And also do some kind of two-object stack. If I go through the door... that's not going to be too useful. Yeah, the thing is that I do need access to a second bomb at some point for this bit here. And if I need to POW for the first door entry, that's not going to be the way to do it. However, if I grab a second POW, like this, come through here, that doesn't do anything, because the POW would have been accessible anyway. That just loses the spring. However, that allows me to hit the P-switch and then cycle through with the POW. Yeah, that's going to drop in a second pit, for sure, I think. Or not. Let's do it this way. That's okay, the POW is preserved. So, you could do a P-switch, you could come through here, the P-switch then continues to be maintained. No it doesn't because of the blaster placement on the right side, but I have an additional P-switch now, and that allows me to then escort the bomb a second time over here. The second bomb escort is going to open this door for me, but the bomb needed to be facing to the left when I started that, otherwise it's going to potentially run into trouble or not. Okay, that's open, and now we have another P-switch activation. Which then allows me to grab one coin, just this coin. And that's too much, but we can run it to cross from that point on. The POW then allows me to well, we need to think about how the key is going to work here. Because I think I will actually want to carry a bomb with me inside. And that's okay, we can cycle through this a few times further. And then that's going to get me a second P-switch that drops the bomb. I run across with the bomb, I use the bomb to get the key. I am at that point going to lose the mushroom, that's okay. That will be just fine. No, because the P-switch expired. Yeah, no, I needed to wait for the P-switch first. Okay, I've got it. That was just a quick mistake. If I wanted to get that coin reliably and not the one underneath, you can jump against a wall. Yeah, I figured that grabbing one coin is not a problem since I can dash past it anyway. It just makes things a tiny bit more finicky to execute. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do this. Let's see if I can remember the sequence here. We are going to do the infinite P-switch. We'll let the bomb cycle. Yeah, because I'm thinking of using the bomb to get the key at this point, and that looks like the best way to do it. Yeah, the main breakthrough was, as I said before, the blaster. Everything else I think has been following pretty logically from there. Yeah. We'll do POW. Don't actually need the spring for anything, I don't think, but we can take it anyway. Come on. And then at this point we go P and POW. No, actually we can just go for the P right away. Grab a second bomb down here. Okay, grab this. Then we wrap around again for a P-switch and a coin. Yeah, overshot there. And then we do another P-switch thing over here. Oh, whoops. Bomb died. Okay, let's... yes, because the bomb's initial position... yeah. I think I see what's going on. Hang on. Let's do this. Come through here. There we go. Second P is going to give me the bomb, and then I'm going to wait out the P switch so I can take the bomb safely across. Ah, no, the timing here was wrong. Let's... Okay, I lost track of this. Because I needed a second P activation. I just needed a second P activation. I don't know why I'm messing with this. It's not hard. We just need to hit the P a second time. And then the bomb comes across. We let the P switch expire first so we don't run into trouble with the coins. And then I run this across. Nope. Ah. There we go. And that should be it. Unless there are any unforeseen surprises. Okay. No real surprises. 3 1-ups for 100 Mario Challenge. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Once I kind of got a sense of which P timings would hit which expiries, like when the expiries were going to happen and how that was going to obstruct a bomb, I think. So yeah, pretty good use of that top left loop, and quite satisfying. So thank you for that. Okay, we will do one more and only one more, which is the second one Atlantis suggested earlier. Rosalina and Luma Galaxy Gateway. And that will be our closer for today. And I'm hoping to be back for Maker 2 tomorrow. This is the code. Yeah, and we'll try to go back to that other puzzle at some point. But that one may take a little while longer to tease out. Okay, Rosalina and Luma Galaxy Gateway. This was from 2017. So, decently far into the life of the first game, and look at that pixel art. Let's see how it goes.
Here I go.
Okay, Rosalina and Luma. I've rarely seen Hermie used in this game as well, in fact, so let's pop this open. As with a number of other Atlantis levels we've seen in the past, it is going to involve a sort of companion escort. In this case, it's going to be a power-up. We've seen things like Fire Flowers and Koopas and everything like that before, but here it's going to be the star, and as with some of those other escort levels, it's going to involve kind of weaving above and below. Interesting that the clear rate is still at around, what was it, 12% or such? Indicating to me that some people have been taking some deaths here from running into cannonballs or whatever. Let's hop over, drop this. And here's a flower. Yeah, notice this stack, it would just spit you out if you stayed there. And then we'll just lower this. Yeah, very nice shell deflection there, just opening up that whole column. Okay, and then this is just going to be a shell drop, which will hit how, and that will do what for me? That will give me some vines to climb around. Then that's going to drop another vine, probably. No, never mind. Let's not get hit by that. Really interesting sequence with the flop over there. Just moving it into position to shift it over into power range. This is going to be a bit of a back and forth and buzzy. That's going to allow the star to pass. So the star is Luma, basically. I mean, we have our own companion over here, but the star is going to be the big and helpful Luma that does all the work for us in the background. And yeah, Roger Boy, that's one of the things that's been really kind of delightful to return to about Maker 1. Just, oh, look at that, we're going to ride this out together with Luma. Okay, here's another checkpoint. Let's open this gate. Clown Car is going to blast a bomb. Notice that there will be an invisible block coming on that track, which is going to push the star, no doubt. Activate it in this corner where it's nice and safe, and then we'll try not to be crushed by it ourselves. That's maybe one of the few things that can kill you here. Anyway, that's going to bump its way up, and we'll stay out of bomb range. That's carefully timed for it to not be an issue, though. Bounce this up. Oh, it's going to crawl all the way up and deliver that. Now we can hit the P-switch. Let's maybe wait for this guy to come around first. Oh, nope, that's a problem. We're actually going to take a hit for once. Very nice of this blaster to just sort of instantly recognize that that's a likely place for players to, whoops, create all kinds of disasters for themselves, as you just saw there.
Here I go.
Just slipped off the vine all of a sudden. Here, Rosalina was feeling absolutely invincible as the space goddess that she is. Well, not so much. Taking a black hole to the face. Okay, let's pay attention. Yeah, I really did miss this kind of thing. For sure. Very nice companion to the Atlantis Koopa level that was in 1YMM. Let's not make the same mistake here. Let's slip off. And there's the flagpole right there. Oh, but here's a pipe, which is going to give me a bonus chase. Aha, bonus section, that's why there's a non-trivial clear rate. Gonna get nuked. Yeah, let's not stand too close here. Nice, built-in hard mode. That's something I'll have to approach a lot faster, that P-switch. I was hugging the blaster a bit closer the whole time. Let's redo that. Yeah, being limited to 2 checkpoints, I guess we aren't going to be all the way back here, but we'll do it again. We'll try it for sure. Have to get the true ending. And not get squished. Okay, we'll just take that over. Nuka-Kaza, I've been alright. No ballooning in this game, unfortunately. But yeah, I hope you've been doing well. Skull's decorating this pipe to show you that it is boss time and it's not messing around. Whoa, there we go, we got nuked once again. Let's get the star moving as soon as we can. That's one thing that we need to keep in mind. Because the sooner the star gets moving, the faster we can make it across. That's another positioning problem for me there. Let's try to keep that in mind. And that landing dead center like that is not really going to do me any favors. Okay, through we go. And let's wrap our way over. Down we go. Back to the boss. No reason to poke around up here, I don't think, but it does show you that there is going to be that little mushroom house there at the true exit. Okay, as long as we get to that flump quickly to unlock the gate I want. Whoops, I was being a bit daring there. I wanted to skip a vine just to dodge the fire. That was not wise. Yeah, I was always quite pleased with how they implemented Rosalina and Luma in Smash. As also this combination character. In much the same manner as we see with this level here. When Smash 4 came out, I did spend some time trying to be passable with Rosalina, but it always happens with Smash that I don't wind up sticking with the game that long when it comes to trying to be any good, so... I still haven't really caught up on all the patch content in Smash Ultimate, in fact. I'm a few patches behind in terms of playing some of the second expansion pack characters and some of the other things, Spirit Battles, other things that have been added. And I'll go back to it eventually, but
Here I go.
it's one of those things that I know I won't really have time to take seriously, so... Too much Mario Maker instead. It's mostly just the fire. Lantis, like the timing and everything is fine. It's just that the fire positioning is a bit difficult to avoid. Because it is a little difficult to see if I'm going to be in its path. You know, I can sort of make a rough eyeball estimate of that, but not a very accurate one. But it seems like the trick is to activate that thwomp as soon as possible when I can, because then you let the star get ahead a little further, and that's quite important. And also let this fire first if I can. Wow, I just missed. Just very slow on the D-pad today.
Here I go.
So anyway, this is why we are lowering the clear rate on what is otherwise a very straightforward walk in the galaxy. We're definitely doing it though. Okay, that's going to drop. Whoops. I've been slipping off the D-pad quite a bit, actually, when doing Divine Climbs. That's been a bit sloppy.
Here I go.
Let's fix that. Probably just something about the way I'm holding the controller right now. Where I think I'm hitting up, but I'm not quite on ball, so... Because these are very simple and avoidable mistakes. And I do love the Wii U D-pad. I think it's one of the more comfortable ones that Nintendo has designed. I'm just being slightly inaccurate with the vine columns. In a way, that's going to bounce. Let's let it down and move on up. Whoa. Yeah, there you go. I almost made the same mistake again, right there. Yeah, I'm clinging on to Vine. I think I know what's happening. Just... First of all, not reading the artwork very well. Secondly... just trying to reposition myself before I've actually properly gotten on the vine itself. Woo, I'm a little bit tight against time here. I need to open up this gate as soon as possible. Okay, there we go. And then that ignition will release everything. Great. And yeah, Lantis, I tend to play with the gamepad plugged in because the battery life is like 3 hours or something. Wow, I'm going to turn into Luma for the finish. Let's watch some of Luma's animations, by the way. Or Starfy, I guess. This is supposed to be Starfy, isn't it? But Starfy will stand in for Luma. Wow, look at that. I always forget to check the climbing animations, even though they are themselves pretty unique. And then Luma, and we get to watch the artwork here. Oh, I guess we get to fly around with the cloud. Let's do that. And yeah, Rosalina and Luma. Oh, let's not go down there yet. That's going to be the flag. I can recognize the host from down low. And let's do another grand tour on this side, just to see what's going on. Actually, yeah, the house is just eventually going to take me to the ending. So we'll just enjoy the pixel art for a moment and wrap this up. know almost nothing about Starfy other than the fact that he exists as sort of old school Japan exclusive Nintendo. But that's okay, we'll gotta stand in for Luma here and that will work just fine. Thank you for that, Lantis, very satisfying. Actually kind of nice to see one of your levels with a hard mode segment, which is not very common in my experience. But of course there's a lot from you that I haven't played yet, so... That's all I have time for today. We are actually quite a bit over how long I wanted to run, but between finishing 2YMM and getting to see viewer levels here, which is actually my first Maker 1 viewer stream, in fact, in all the time that I've been streaming. This is the first time I've taken levels from chat in this game. That was really quite a lot of fun, so thank you to everybody who stuck around and submitted, and just for watching in general. We will hopefully be back with Maker 2 tomorrow, despite the lack of Rosalina costumes, and we'll be continuing on to 3YMM soon enough, which will be a lot shorter than 2YMM in terms of the level count, which is a bit of a relief because 2YMM took me pretty much a whole month to get through. I'll be passing you folks on to somebody else shortly. I'll look around for a nice raid target. Great to see you all here. Thanks for watching, thanks for submitting, and thanks especially for just making all those delightful levels in the first place. We'll see when we can do this again. But until next time, enjoy your next destination, have a great weekend, and fare thee well.